Okay, friends, hopefully we are connected now. Please bear with me, my voice isn't in great shape. I'm still really sick. Thanks, radio. I'm going to mute that for a second. We're now listening to Placer County. We have brand new evacuation orders for the Mosquito Fire, which earlier today was called the Volcano Fire. So let me turn down the radio for myself so I can talk for a second. The radio's been silent for 15 minutes, but the moment I go live, it wants to talk. Yeah, I'm alive, Wildcat. Hello, how are you? Yeah, I was sleeping around the clock. Uh, I was asleep for 15 plus hours. This flu is more like having mono than anything else I've ever experienced in recent years. It's a killer. I've heard reports from family and friends. Other people are coming down with it on the West Coast, so it was just a mistake to go to an international airport. I wanted to start off with the new evacuations here. I saw it on Twitter that for the Mosquito Fire, which was previously called the Volcano Fire, there's new evacuation zones, and Forest Hill is now on a warning. When this happens after midnight, it's pretty bad, because unless people are monitoring things all night like a night owl, or have their families sleeping in shifts, it basically has to be a door-to-door thing. Too many cell phones get turned off, and these days, with the stupid Android 12, if you don't use an app enough, then Android 12 will turn off all notifications for the app and consider it an unused app. Even the emergency alert apps, the ones built into the phone, and things like Watch Duty. So it's a ridiculously stupid and almost criminally stupid way to program, the operating system for most of the phones on Earth. Most of the phones on Earth run Android. But here we are. This is why we are here to help get info to the public when other avenues often fail. So Wildcat says you need a team to do this. Don't do it alone. You're just going to burn yourself out. I've been trying to set that up, Wildcat. You're absolutely right. But this is year 2 of doing this. I even missed my own anniversary stream, which I wanted to do for Red Monday, which was, I really started doing this in earnest 2020's Labor Day. You go back to my earliest fire video, that's the one. So I am trying to listen to dispatch right now. It doesn't sound too much fire related. Right now the Mosquito Road has been evacuated, and it's going well as far as I've heard on the radio. I wanted to look at the mandatory evacuation areas. People familiar with the Colfax area will understand the map. That's Gorman Ranch, Chicken Hawk, Michigan Bluff, Baker Ranch, Bath Road, Hidden Treasure Road, Crystal View Lane, Sequoia Way, Ridgeview Road, and Mosquito Ridge Road east of Soap Street. That's the new evacuation order. So this is the official Placer County Sheriff's Office public safety map, and I have put a link to this map in the description of the channel, or excuse me, the description of this video. Excuse me, guys, I'm still sick. But yes, it's what's really difficult about recruiting people to have their own broadcast is that there's very few people that can do this. You have to not have a life and be ready to drop everything at a moment's notice, and most people work. Even if they're retired, they have duties. You have to have a super internet, a super computer. You have to be fire educated. You have to care about the situation in order to dedicate big chunks of your year to this. Hey, Strange Reverend, welcome. Plus, you have to have the multimedia and technical skills to run, a multimedia type affair off of your computer. It's really, there's a steep learning curve. I was prepared to do this on this primitive level because I had been a multimedia fine arts major. So I had an obsession with maps and finding ghost towns and historical sites, so I already knew how to do most of this stuff. The wildland firefighters who came in here and former firefighters in the urban thing took me under their wing and gave me invaluable tips and pointers about fire behavior. But finding people with reliable power, internet, high-speed internet, good computers, technical knowledge, plus knowledge about fires and time to do this, it's actually an extremely tall order. So I would like to work with others, but very people do this for a reason. The media can't even do this. It's also extremely expensive to have all sorts of I have all sorts of subscriptions to all kinds of apps and things right now, and it's you have to drop everything and have the confidence you're going to get the donations to quit working. And so yeah. But when we can build a team and find more people, I'm sure it'll eventually happen. And but I'm looking forward to that day, and I'm looking forward further to the day when the government will actually step up to the plate and do this. This is what needs to happen for people. So I'm going to try to get some cameras now on the Mosquito Fire. I do have a bunch of cams on the one at Big Bear, which in the middle of my raging fever, I kind of tweeted a little bit last night before I passed out again. When I say I'm sleeping around the clock, it's been nuts. I'd sleep for 8 hours, wake up, be awake for 4, and think, man, it feels like I didn't even sleep at all. Then go back to sleep and sleep for 15. I did push myself a bit the last couple of days, but not that hard. This is just whatever's got me has got me. This is a pretty bad illness. So, here's what's going on at Big Bear. I may want to switch radio channels because we were hearing almost nothing going on with the Mosquito Fire. Even though there's new evacuations, I'm wondering if there might be more active radio for the Fairview or the Radford. I felt terrible missing things, but really, you gotta believe me, I couldn't get out of bed. So if you guys have news for me, it's catch-up day. I'm just hearing mostly sheriff's office chatter right now with Placer County. It's unrelated to the fire. So let's the Mill Fire area, the Mountain View is looking really, really easy. I mean, at least the cams can't really see much. So most of the action's happening in the central and southern part of the state, and we have the grim news, that 2 people have died in the Fairview Fire, which is at Hemet, the one that we're looking at now. And we also have the terrible news that SoCal Edison's equipment may have been involved in the starting of the fire. They did register yesterday because it's after midnight. On the 6th here, they filed a report saying their equipment had abnormal activity around the time the fire starts. So California law now requires power companies to report when their equipment might have been involved with a fire, if there was unusual surges or anything else. So they did file that report, and I'm really frustrated because SoCal Edison was their equipment was suspected in the start of the Bobcat fire, which 2 years ago I covered extensively in Southern California, and it threatened the Griffith Observatory, the iconic white space observatory that astronomical, I should say, that James Dean was in, and Rebel Without a Cause, and Dennis Hopper, and we almost lost that to fire. And we lost so many structures and communities to it, and we still don't have an answer. It's been 2 years, and they haven't issued a report yet. There's something smelling rotten and fishy about how long it takes these reports to be released. It's not rocket science to figure out if a power company started a fire or not. I do almost have a bitter conspiracy-esque theory kind of idea that these reports are being drawn out for a reason to kind of protect the power companies, to protect the corporations. This doesn't seem like it seems like a miscarriage of justice where the public doesn't even get answers, let alone anything there where they could file suit against these companies for burning down their neighborhoods if that's what's happening. You know, there's statutes of limitations, and if you drag out the investigation, then some of them might pass, and this would help protect the companies. And I have no evidence for this, just a sneaking suspicion that a bias towards believing that because of the other crap I've seen, the confirmed corruption, where the governor and everybody signs bills to protect PG&E when they burn down neighborhoods, towns, and kill people, to limit their liability and keep them propped up and afloat when they should be jail sentences. So there's a lot of things wrong with California. Corruption is probably the number one thing. We won't have answers maybe for several years about this Fairview fire, and who knows when we'll get a report back on the Bobcat. But SoCal Edison is on my S list, my beep list, along with PG&E and now Pacific Core. They really may have been involved with some of these deadly fires. Pacific Core in Detroit Lake area, the Beachy Creek, plus what just happened, perhaps with the McKinney, both fatal fires, and I don't recall anybody dying in the Bobcat, but it got close, and now we do have fatalities in the Fairview, so SoCal Edison. So this is it's far-reaching. It's not just PG&E that kills people and gets a hand slap by the government. The government, which should be protecting the public from corporate greed and should be enforcing the law about everything from tree trimming, vegetation growth under power lines to enforcing laws that protect the public for a power shutoff when it's necessary to protect the public in high wind situations. Yeah, Lisa Mojica says should be the Public Utilities. I think you mean Public Utilities Commission. Yeah, or maybe you mean they should be public utilities. I'm for that. I think you should remove greed from it. I don't think that monopoly should exist. That's the people who really believe in capitalism actually agree with me that you either have to have smaller companies that compete, or you have to have a public utility. But monopolies are anti-capitalism, anti-everything. And they get too big for their britches, and then they boss around the government, and it shouldn't be that way. They donate to the campaign funds, and they fuel the corruption crisis of California. Oh, you mean not privatized? Yeah, Lisa, I'm right there with you. I think things like water and energy are public needs. There's nobody that can really exist without them. Not in the modern world. So there's no room for profit. The situation is dire, and we need to repair our infrastructure. It's going to take government money. So why would a corporation be sucking off the teat of the government and then passing along profits to the shareholders? That's not the way capitalism is supposed to work, or any economy really. Corporate welfare shouldn't exist. But off my soapbox, let's get back to the fires. I feel compelled to explain to the world the problems that California is facing. It's not just like, oh, global warming and somebody tossed a cigarette. No, boy, fires got worse. No, these are corporations killing people with frightening regularity, and they've killed, these fires have killed more people than ever. I mean, wildfire deaths used to be pretty rare, but when you have a deadly mix of power lines being next to roads and not buried, so when they fall down energized, they block people's escape routes. People die. I keep seeing this year after year, and I can't stand it anymore. This is all preventable. We're looking right now at the Big Bear fire. Then we changed. Oh, excuse me, that's Fairview. And I'm just listening to the very last Placer County. I'm not hearing anything on it. I think we should just monitor the evacuations via Twitter. I want to set up an alert wildfire cam feed for Placer County if there's any current views. I do believe that this one is looking at it. This is I'll play the time lapse for you. This is the Mosquito Fire at Placer County. Then we'll go and head down to Southern California and take a look at the Fairview and the and those down there. One at Big Bear. So this is from earlier today. Let's see how, I don't remember the time lapse here. This might just be the last hour. I'll take a look. Or yeah, this looks like a 3-hour time lapse. This is looking at the Mosquito Fire. And we've got smoke going in a different direction than higher clouds. As you can see, the higher clouds on the left side of the screen, you can see the smoke drifting on the right. But you see at the very end, the smoke changes direction. See that shift. Oftentimes around midnight, that's kind of typical for the Sierras. This is kind of climbing where the foothills meet the Sierras, where foothills become the mountains of California, this by Colfax. And let's pause this. This is the current view. So as air cools in the night, heat rises, but cool air falls. Kind of a, 4th grade thing we learned. As the heat of the day, which was tremendously hot, it was 106 in the Bay Area, which is almost always cooled by the ocean, so that tells you something. All that heat got pushed up into the mountains, and as the cool of the night happens, the air begins to fall back down, and that shifts the wind going, southwest wind going to the northeast, just following the canyons. And it begins like a northeast wind going to the southwest. It'll reverse course. So that might be what's in the process of happening, or it could just be that, there were storms earlier today that passed through Tahoe. When I first became aware of the Mosquito Fire around 6:30 p.m.-ish, I think that's when I woke up from my 15 hours bedridden stupor. They had aircraft on it, and I was listening to the pilots, and they said, "Oh dear, this is happening right at sunset." Civil twilight, something like that. That's when aircraft have to land because there's just too many shadows in the mountains. They did put a little bit of bucket drops on it, and I don't know if there was any retardant, but they did try helicopter bucket drops to help the situation, but then they had to peel away. And that was the last of the aircraft. I attempted to eat food. I would have gone live at that point in time, but then the food didn't settle. And at this point in time, with this killer flu, when I eat, it's just like being socked in the stomach. Yeah, Wildcat, this is the Mosquito Fire. We're looking on the El Dorado, Bald Mountain El Dorado 2 cam from the south, looking generally to the north by northwest. So this is north of Placerville, southeast of Colfax, where the Mosquito Fire is, and it's threatening Forest Hill. So Forest Hill just went under evacuation warning, which is an old mining town. This is all pretty much just north of the Mother Lode, which is the richest gold rush area of California. So you start getting into the Placer and Yuba districts, which are just north of the Mother Lode. And so there's all kinds of history here and ghost towns, some of which are still fairly alive and kicking, but really a shadow of their former selves. This is where you could take a tourism drive and go see saloons and stuff, stuff dating to the gold rush. I'm going to look at the other cams that might be looking at the situation. This is the Meadowbrook 2 cam, looking at the Mosquito Fire. I've muted it for you guys, but I'm listening to Placer County Sheriff, 2 different feeds at once. That one plus West Placer, Grass Valley, NEU West, and Western Nevada County. Sorry, this is a rotating camera, but it stops when the Mosquito Fire started. Well, actually, not when it started, but it stopped rotating around midnight. Now it's fixated on there. So let's go back to here. Now these cameras rotate looking for new fires, so it's very active after midnight because of the extreme heat wave thing that's happening with California. This would not normally be occurring, but heat is one of the components of fire. You need fuel, oxygen, and heat. So the hotter it is, the more active the fire is. And so if the nights are pretty warm, you get more active fire. Plus, with the storm systems that have been rolling throughout the afternoon, some of which were thunderstorms that caused lightning around the Tahoe area, when they first had the ground crews trying to go in there, they were going to drop them off by airplane. And they said, wait, nope, there's too much turbulence. Which tells you something about the crazy storms rolling through. If airplanes and helicopters can't land, I don't know if it was a smoke jumper thing where they would have parachuted out, but if there's too much turbulence for a plane to even safely fly over the mountains, that tells you something about how the fire might have grown with winds. So lightning did roll through the Tahoe area. I did not see any over Placer County, but I didn't watch it like a hawk or anything. I don't know if there was any lightning. I don't know the cause of the fire either, but nevertheless, it's over here southeast of Colfax and east of Forest Hill. So let's look at other cams on the fire. It looks like the Hotchkiss Hill one has it in the distance. This is looking from the northwest of the fire kind of to the southeast. And the white is the heat. So that is hot smoke that you're seeing over the hill. Remember, white is heat on infrared, so it can be really difficult to tell where flames end and where smoke begins. But from a distance, that big of a distance over a ridge, you can tell that's mostly smoke, really hot smoke. So yeah, I know it looks like the sun sometimes. It's just, but so Bald Mountain Eldorado 2 is on it as well. Let's look at the other cams that could be on the Mosquito Fire. I'm lingering on this one because we had just, sort of breaking news, 45 after midnight, new evacuations. There's not a whole lot of cams in this area. So Bald Mountain Eldorado 2 is looking at it. Meadowbrook 2. From far distance, Pilot Hill Eldorado 1, but I don't even see it active. The Auburn ECWA. Take a look. Pretty far away, but you can see it. So it's cooking up. So what they did is they decided to bus in. I don't know if it's hot shots or whatever, but ground crews in general are trying to access it by road. Now, if they could have been parachuted in or dropped off by helicopter, then this would have been a better situation. But well, the storms interfered. So if anybody Strange Reverend says, rant away, speaking the truth only hurts the one trying to hide from responsibility. Thanks, Strange Reverend. I think I'll just make a documentary about it and something people can share and watch and fully understand rather than just sort of repeat myself a lot. But yeah, thank you for the support. We try to keep politics out of things. I'm not going to talk about abortion debates or anything unrelated to fire. We need to unite behind this, left and the right, and all people, because if corporations are allowed to kill people, they keep doing it. It's a very long history of corporate greed doing such a thing, and PG&E's track record is the most infamous. Everything from blowing up neighborhoods with pipelines they failed to maintain, to Paradise Fire, the single deadliest fire in California history, where my brother nearly died. People he knew died. Neighbors died. 95 people plus died. We know of. So when they just get hand slaps, they just got hand slapped, and the next year they killed people in the Zog Fire. Same situation. And then they started the Dixie Fire, in which firefighters were severely injured, but escaped death by the skin of their teeth and the grace of God. These corporations, they need to be stopped, or we're not going to have a California. So there's a couple of political topics we cannot avoid, because I'm not here to be the kind of gardener that would say, oh, the solution is pruning your weeds. No, you pull it out by the roots. You got to get to the root of the problem, and that's corporate corruption and the government protecting them, or should I say politicians. There has to be consequences for killing people, or justice doesn't happen. And justice is a human right. So Jeremy Eder says, what is the info on the Mosquito Fire? Well, I'm listening right now to 2 different Placer County channels. They're not talking about it at all. I know that the the latest evacuation info. I was looking at Tahoe National Forest tweets. They kind of stopped 3 hours ago. It's Placer County Sheriff's Office on Facebook and plus Twitter. So if we go to Placer County, let's see, let's just duplicate this tab. Right now, Mosquito Road the latest that I have from Twitter is that Forest Hill is now on evacuation notice, the entire town. And the evacuation order went out for Mosquito Road, and sorry, I scrolled past this. Excuse me, Twitter updated and just ripped the page away from me that I was looking at. The evacuation order is for Mosquito Ridge Road east of Soap Street. The evacuation warning was issued for the community of Forest Hill. Black Oak Ridge, Black Hawk, Everett Ranch is also going under a warning too. So that's something I'm going to retweet. And oh, I should probably tweet the fact that I'm live. I keep forgetting to do that, guys. So thank you for being here tonight. There's been a whole bunch of confusion. It was named the Volcano Fire earlier, so they had to rename it. So Watch Duty confused the heck out of me when I was listening to Scanner Radio and it kept saying Mosquito Fire. Well, Watch Duty didn't have it. And then I thought Volcano Fire was a third one. Then they said Mosquito Hill, and then I thought the Hill Fire was the Mosquito Fire. But here I can clear up the confusion because now I've figured it out. So what's going on is that excuse me, get to the right county area here. Over here, there's a Hill Fire. Okay, that one's closer to Colfax. The one by Forest Hill is the Mosquito Fire. So this is what we're looking at over here by Forest Hill, and we're getting the winds that are coming down slope right now because of the nightly wind shift direction that typically occurs in the canyons. And so it's blowing the fire to the west, best as I can tell. So that's why Forest Hill is now under evacuation warning. And if I were downwind of this fire, I would just get out. So another thing that, wait a second, I'm going to turn the radio. This might be firefighters chattering, not just the sheriff. 1 second. Okay, never mind. That was just that's a unit reporting they're inbound to the Mosquito Fires. So there's still more units that are responding right now. They're still assembling the army, so to speak. So it's very active for this time of night. And just looking at the other cams, what's going on in Big Bear, and it looks very, very active too. The Big Bear ski area by San Bernardino, plus what's going on in Fairview, the deadly fire that may have been, no confirmation yet, but may have been started by SoCal Edison equipment today. That deadly fire, which has burned people and killed 2, that one is slowly trying to make its way towards, the Idlewild. So we have to look at Idlewild in a second, but I wanted to make sure everybody's clear and up to date on what's going on with the Mosquito Fire. So let me try to find the sheriff's office. Here's the Tahoe National Forest was sharing info about the Mosquito Fire, and from Placer County Sheriff's Office, and they didn't link. Wait, yes, did they link back to it? They did. Sweet. Okay. Sorry, guys, I should have just clicked on this right here. So I'm going to open that in new tabs. Clean this up a little bit. This is our evacuation map, and I'm going to refresh it just in case it doesn't. And the link to this evacuation map is in the description of the channel. Also a link to Placer County Sheriff's Office Twitter, which Twitter is one of the quickest way to get information. Scanner Radio is the first, which is why we're listening to it, and Twitter of the official sources, next one. Yeah. Okay, that's just radio piped up, and is just confirming that such and such person with such and such area. So You can see Colfax and such. And why isn't Forest Hill on the map? I mean, it's a small town, but not that small. Anyway, so I have to zoom in. There's Iowa Hill. There's a whole bunch of, these are all ghost towns, pretty much. It used to be full of thousands of people in the gold rush, but now just a few. So they're considered Class D ghost towns. Shadows of their former selves, but still alive and kicking. As places on the map with residences. So that's there's a lot of history here to lose, and a lot of people can, of course, everything here, live locally here. So I wish this map was a little bit better. Is there a way to change it? More terrain? It's pretty bare bones. I wish I could import this data into CalTopo, which would show a better map of the situation. But if we go back to CalTopo, you can see Forest Hill here. Let's see. Yeah, Colfax is up there. So Forest Hill is just there. So just orient myself. Sorry. I still am not 100%. I've been weakened pretty bad by not being able to keep food down for days. So it's the Oxbow Reservoir area. So people are confused, like, is the Mosquito Fire incident the same thing as the volcano? I think so. And as far as I know, it got I have no idea. See how different that looks from the official map? Hang on, friends. Yeah, that's because this one's newer. Okay, this one's the expanded map. So, massive confusion. Today, I wake up and scanner radio is abuzz with people listening to what's called a mosquito fire. I look on watch duty and I see a hill fire, and I saw a volcano fire with nothing called mosquito. So later, the volcano was renamed a mosquito, and the hill fire is a separate incident as far as I know. So people are wondering on Twitter, are they considered a complex now? Don't know. Jeremy Ida says, "Hey Shaz, welcome. Big hearts to you too. Thanks for being here, and I really love your stream, Shaz. If anybody wants to have soothing, you know, stuff to look at when they're evacuated during fire season, go to Shaz73's channel. She's got amazing, cool morning walks that she does. If you can't sleep for the fires, then she's doing her morning walks and stuff because it's morning in England. So how are you doing, love? And England suffered horribly, just like California did this summer too, with all their fires. It's been a mad year. You know, when the Pacific Ocean has La Nina, the whole world is affected. It affects the weather patterns of the world, and not just California. This is our third year of it, 3 years of madness. 2020, 2021, 2022. It's all connected in ways we don't fully understand. So Michael Tabanao, I'm sorry, Tabanao, I think. Big Bear and Hemet are sort of close. It's not uncommon for fires to come together. It's a stretch, however, because San Diego is supposed to get tropical moisture coming in on Friday. Hopefully that's enough moisture where it won't be just spit, or it won't be lightning. When I saw lightning near Tahoe, I got the willies. So I don't know the cause of these. It's possible lightning rolled through the area because, look, you're right next to Tahoe here. The places that I saw lightning strikes were right in this vicinity earlier today.
Expat the evac areas first.
Okay, they're talking about evacuations. Let's listen. I really hate it. I hate it when one voice is really, really soft and the other one isn't. How is volume, by the way? Is my voice cutting in and out? Is it good?
5:15. Didn't want to answer clear on the other subjects. The only thing I found was on the used to GUI 1027 is suspended with court probation for 23152F.
Okay, I'm gonna mute that. That's just the sheriff's office cuts in about their manhunts and stuff. They're running license plates and stuff, which is not what I want to be broadcasting if I can help it. So back to what I was saying. The lightning strikes mostly happened around here, and I saw them rolling across the landscape. This is also why they couldn't put in smoke jumpers and/or drop off. They could not drop off fire crews by air, which would have really helped get a handle on the situation. So let's look. Let's do things sequentially as I tried. I'm scatterbrained, and keep me on track if you can. I want to set up a grid view here of the Mosquito Fire so we can flip back to these fires as new breaking news happens. Michael says winds could be a problem, however, relative humidity should go up. Thanks for trying on my last name. Sorry, did I get it right at any time? Okay. No audio issues. Good. Good, I hope so. Now, you guys are all you're all gonna probably issue a big sigh from California, but I'm running the heater. It's cold where I'm at, Pacific Northwest right now. I have a heater running under my desk. Please don't shoot me. Out of jealousy, I wish I could send it to you. I really wish I could send it to you. So the cams, let's look at the cams. The way that I do this is I take the alert wildfire cams if anybody wants to follow along. I can give you guys links too. So I'm trying not to I didn't want to make a new tab group. Oops. Sorry, I'm having tab rebellion here. Okay, so I take alert wildfire and then I duplicate the tab because it's really hard to line up the grid view and know which cameras are aimed at which. So the one on the right, I'll say tile display, and our region is going to be isn't that Greater Tahoe? I have to check it out. So the way to check it out is not to hit regions, but to hit home. Don't ask me why. Then you look at your region and hit the dot, and that's called Greater Tahoe. Okay, so it's Greater Tahoe. So we go into the one that's for the tile display. We select the cams of Greater Tahoe. So we press that button. So now we go back to the other tab. And we open up the camera map. And now that I've got a bead on where the fire is, east of Colfax, basically, southeast, excuse me, and basically on top of Forest Hill almost, we definitely want the PCWA Forest Hill camera. So now on the second tab, I do Control F, PCWA. That takes me to the right one, so I click it. Now we have selected our first cam. See how it says Axis Auburn 1? There. Next one we want to monitor with situation is Volcanoville, which is not really looking at the fire right now, but hopefully it turns around. So we'll watch and see if it pivots, actually. That's probably why it was called the Volcano Fire at first earlier today. And by the way, no news is good news on the scanner radio. All we're hearing is A, the Mosquito Road evacuation was going well, and B, other units are arriving on the scene to Mosquito Fire. So fingers crossed. We're not hearing anything desperate. We're not hearing anything panicky. So Jeremy Ader says it's 74 degrees inside the cooler on where I am at right now. Wow. Wildcat says we got wind. It's so hot today I can't feel any different. Well, the mountains did. There's a thunderstorm, a mini storm, kind of ran through with lightning in the evening right before sunset, and I don't know if lightning caused this or what, but we don't have a word on it yet. It sure made everything windier, and it prevented them from dropping in crews by air because it made flying in the mountains too dangerous. So, okay, Bald Mountain El Dorado 2 is the next one that we look at. Since that's B, I can just click on it right here. Bald Mountain El Dorado 2, our next camera selection. So now let's go to Meadowbrook 2 is our next camera selection. Scrolling down to M's. 2, and Meadowbrook 1 is on it too, so I'm going to select them both. Dang it. It took me to the top again. Control F is find in any website, so I'm going to do Meadowbrook 2 as well. Just type in the word Meadow. Oh, what's this camp? That's Volcanoville. Anything else? Looking at it, perhaps from Auburn. PCWA. Auburn. Oh, and PCWA Forest Hill are two different ones. So I don't have PCWA Forest Hill. So let's go PCWA Forest Hill. There we go. Now, these seem to be the most relevant. Whoa, what's on Bunker Hill? Okay, so let's look. Where is Bunker Hill camp? That might be something else. Big Hill, looking at it sort of distantly. Where's Bunker Hill? That's Meadowbrook. Okay, let me look that up on Calchopo. Where's Bunker Hill? Bunker Hill, California. That's not at all correct. It's like going to Los Angeles. So it rings a bell, but I can't place it. So we can do something else, which is just let's go like so. Control F bunker. You click on the cam, and then see where it is from its camera map. It's way far to the east. Okay, it must be zoomed in incredibly. So let's go add Bunker Hill. Okay, so let's display. These should be our relevant cameras on the Mosquito Fire. So let's see, are these two? Meadowbrook 2. I guess they're just facing this. So Bunker Hill, Bald Mountain, and here's PCWA Forest Hill. So that one's having trouble focusing. Now, when we click on them, we can do our time lapses. 3-hour time lapses are the most relevant. So you can see the wind shifting around, and the wind directions are different at different elevations. Just makes it a bit harder to predict, but in general, I think the wind's going down slope and towards the west. So the fire would probably be going towards the west. Hey, I'm Big Al. 007. The Mount Danaher cam has a good shot. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Big Al. So looking back, Katie says still 75 here. Welcome to the stream. But we have had a flare-up this afternoon on the fire from last week when it was 117 and the firefighters had to hike. Wow, that's crazy, Katie. Which fire was that? Let me look at the. Thank you for the tip on the Mount. Mount Danaher. Danaher. Okay, display. Thanks. So you can then click the 3 dots to get rid of that. Just get away from that. Yeah. So we'll monitor this by looking at it and looking at it. I've got subscription thanks to your donations, friends. I am funded by donations entirely. I think it's wrong to put advertisements or monetize videos with disasters. It's just a personal ethical code of mine. Later, I'll be able to set it up where maybe I have a Amazon store with commission for fire-related stuff, maybe video-related stuff too. But for now, it's all your kind donations. So I did use that to get a Watch Duty app subscription. So I should now, for the first time, have all counties on Watch Duty updated. Pixel 6 is a Chaos phone that doesn't do very good updates, but now I've also, with your kind donations, I've been able to purchase a Galaxy S22. Hopefully that one will do much better. I'll get rid of the Pixel 6. Katie says, yep, there's no road access. Yeah, that means that the fire's a nightmare. They did end up getting a boat, so the hike wouldn't be so bad. Also did a big air response for a flare-up outside the line, so it got settled down pretty fast. Which fire was that, Katie? Dang, 117 sounds like Death Valley stuff here. Which county and which fire were you talking about, Katie? Unless I missed something. So Shaz73 says I'm out walking today. I'm back live out walking. Cool. Yeah, Shaz73's got a channel that's really soothing. Whenever I need a break, I walk with her. She goes into Yorkshire, isn't it? And she shows history and old abandoned homesteads and wars and aqueducts and Roman ruins and priories and all kinds of cool stuff. Hadrian's Wall. It's really good to relax too. She's got a cool set of friends too in her channel that are just cool and nice people. Okay, so let's look back at Placer County Sheriff's Office posts and do a refresh, see if there's any new evacuation stuff. Still, they haven't had an update since 4 hours ago, and there's been new evacuations since then. So God knows if we should stay tuned to their Twitter versus their Facebook. At this point, I'm leaning on Twitter. But then their last tweet was 4 hours ago too, so don't ask me why. I'm gonna put that on all notifications right here on Twitter. So let's take a look at what's happening down south in the Fairview and Big Bear fires. These are the current cams going on with the Fairview. This is the one that has killed. And off screen, I'm gonna go switch. I'll duplicate a Twitter tab. It's not a world record, but I've got a lot of tabs open on my screen here for different fires. So I'm going to go to the Fairview. And the latest is that okay, that got miscategorized. Fairview. What is this hash? I'm getting news from South Africa. It's Fairview Fire hashtag. There we go. So hundreds remain evacuated as it spreads. And I can't show you copyrighted stuff. I can show you, what goes on with the actual firefighter video, but mostly it's embedded journalism. So right now, it's reportedly the Fairview has grown to more than 5,000 acres. At 11:30 p.m., which is last night, just a couple hours ago, the winds picked up, the flames began to get bigger, and a large fire headed. Okay, that's a typo. The large fire headed in 4 different directions, according to Expedia, which seems to have massive typo issues. So I'm looking down at the very latest on Twitter. Let's go down here to the Fairview Fire continues to burn. It's 5% containment still. Most everybody I've seen on television has been extremely fortunate to be able to evacuate, and they say that we're extremely glad that we did because of the way that blew up in the evening. So I'm going to now retweet the relevant stuff. At @KWildfires is my Twitter handle. So I will be retweeting, compelling and sometimes it's shocking fire footage. So my Twitter is where I put devastation images. I don't try to show them on stream because this is a supportive environment, and a lot of the people who are in the audience don't want to see the devastation. They are worried about their homes and evacuated, and they'd rather just hear the news rather than see devastation. And there's plenty of people with PTSD that I try to respect, and I'm not here to be a journalist and show you the shocking stuff. I'm not a journalist, just a citizen volunteer. I'm just here to give out the information which will try to help save lives. Ouch, the radio is crackling in my ear with tones that were loud. I have it muted for you guys, and you're you'd be grateful if you heard these horrible sounds. So, Brokefish, hey, welcome. Um, they're moving equipment on the North Umpqua River in Oregon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to Oregon yet, but I will, because we've got places like the that have blown up also by Joseph, Cornucopia, and far northeastern Oregon. But we've also got the National Guard has responded to the Rum Creek, and on the news they said it's just to help with road closures. But if you listen to my channel that night with the Rum Creek fire, firefighters may have been shot at. If not shot at, there was a lot of various caliber weapons fired in their vicinity in the middle of the night, like 3:30 in the morning. The last stream that I did, and so the firefighters were turning off their lights so that they couldn't be shot at if they didn't even know if they were being shot at or if it was just idiots out there shooting in the middle of the night who are drunk, which I highly doubt, or if it might have been related to, uh, gang activity and growing operations, illegal grow operations, and it might have been, a not so subtle hint to put their dozer lines elsewhere. Don't come over by our growing operation. It could have been innocent, uh, could have been nefarious. I don't know, but I think that National Guard response has a lot to do with that than road closures. You know, firefighters can't do their job if they're afraid of getting shot, because stray bullets can happen too. And usually, target shooting does not happen at 3:30 in the morning. So who knows what the hell is happening there? There's all kinds of mobile meth labs and stuff that happens in our national forests these days. Crap that they shouldn't have to deal with. Katie says the Walker Fire. Oh yeah, okay. It was last week, but it had a flare up today. Yeah. So Jeff KLS says odd to hear people didn't make it out of. Well, it's I don't know if it was within Hemet itself, but what everybody says about where the fire started, the Fairview, there was only one way in and one way out. So if you're the thing I keep repeating, the number one thing people need to know about fire survival is that most people die in their vehicles trying to escape wildfire after the window of opportunity has closed to escape it by vehicle. That window of opportunity can shut real fast, especially if there's only one road. If you live at a hilly elevation or a mountainous elevation, consider yourself extra vulnerable because you have to go downhill. And oftentimes, roads are gravelly and twisty and windy, which makes it slow going. So if you that's a danger point. And a second danger point is you only have one road out. If you answer yes to both those things, then you should always elevate yourself at least one higher evacuation level than everybody else for your zone. You are at much greater risk of being trapped in somebody down in the flatlands next to a highway or next to 3 different highways in 3 different directions. So if you only have one way out and you have a dirt, gravelly road and or it's windy, you need to get the hell out of there fast while the window of opportunity is open, and you need to recognize when that opportunity is already shut. It is much better to shelter in place in a safe space than to go onto a road that you're not sure has already been overwhelmed by fire. Because what will happen is even if you're driving through flames, your tires will burst because of the extreme heat, because the road itself will get hot. When you lose your tires, you're done. You're done for. So instead of making that scary to people, I teach people how to be calm about that. Yeah, that's a very alarming thing to say, but it's the truth. But there's almost always a safe shelter that you can go to. Hopefully it's within walking distance or a very short drive. Ponds, pools, bridges and culverts underneath roads, deeper creeks, swimming holes. Think about those things that you have to go to. Look at your satellite maps. And everywhere that you have to evacuate, look with like CalTopo and Google Maps, especially in terrain mode. You can zoom in on like anywhere in the United States, like here in California. This is a random zoom in. Look wherever roads cross water, like this random spot here. See this? you need to look at your evacuation routes that you have, and then drive and get out and inspect these spots. It's either a bridge or a culvert. Because if there's no bridge and there's no culvert, that means the road gets washed out every time it rains, right? So there's always a bridge or a culvert, wherever there's creeks, streams, rivers, whatnot. And you should mark these on your map, these little spots on your paper mat that you keep on your glove box. And then you should, if you can, pull over safely at some time of the day that doesn't have a lot of traffic. Get out of the car and look and inspect. Is this a good shelter in a fire? If you can squeeze yourself into a culvert that's at least, I don't know, you'd want it at least, 15 feet. That might be a really good fire shelter for you and your family to get under. And the point that I'm making is that say you're evacuating down this way and you come here and you see fire is ahead of you on the road, or there's smoke going right towards your windshield, which means fire's ahead of you. And if you can't verify that the road is clear ahead, you should not go towards it. You should not proceed any further. Here's the problem. If you just fled a fire behind you, fire over here, you can get trapped in between them. So this area is bad because we can't verify that there's a culvert here or here. Probably is because this might be a creek, but say we see there isn't one. But here might be your only safe place. If the average person might try to drive through flames and get killed, probably, or the average person might try to retrace their steps, and get killed. The average person might just take the only road open this way, but you can't. This is uphill. That's a bad idea. You can never race fire uphill. Fire will win that race. So this might be the place you have to go back to and get under in a culvert. This is a body of water, which might be good. However, if there's a lot of high vegetation like trees around the body of water, then it might be a useless shelter because you could tread water out here because the trees all around the brush and trees would be on fire and would drive you with heat away from the shore. You tread water for a bit and drown. Unknown. You would have to. That's why you have to get out of your car and plan your evacuation route a little bit better. It doesn't take very long, and you can either write a checkbox such as like good shelter. I can get in this culvert. It doesn't have beaver bars on it. It's not blocked by brush access. And maybe right here is good fire shelter because you could get into this body of water. You'd have to verify, though, that there's no gate, there's no barbed wire fence or brick wall or something preventing you from getting there. Road closed. You have to also verify that the creek isn't dry and that the body of water still exists. But just flipping on the satellite version, is how you can try and determine your evacuation route and then go out and investigate it for yourself. So you have an A, B, and C evacuation plan, 3 different main roads that are paved in 3 different directions, and D, your shelter in place plan. So that's how you use really simple. I mean, that's just straight up Google Maps. You can look at CalTopo as well. But if you only have one road out, most people do panic and they try to drive through it, and that's how most people die. They think that they have to escape by car. You do not. What firefighters do is they don't drive through flames. That's the last resort for them. It's only if some crazy emergency has happened to them. What firefighters do is they don't enter a place that's a death trap, for one, and B, they identify these bodies of water. They identify defendable homes. If you have a creek in the backyard that's ever flowing, endless source of water, a bunch of water tanks and some ponds and a pool, they'll probably sit in your driveway, wet down your house, and wet down their vehicle, and ride it out and let the flames pass. You can ride it out too in a culvert. I have verified people survive that way. Things like the Cascade Fire. You can ride it out in something like a swimming pool sometimes, but unless you have a blanket thrown over your head, you might lose your eyebrows, so to speak, and but it's possible to survive. Spas are no good though. Spas burn down because they're plastic and they melt and then spill their water. But Those things will keep you alive. Exactly. You should never get on a road that you can't verify is clear. What happens is if the wind is behind you, the embers are blowing in front of you, lighting these trees on fire in front of you, and the ones that are dead will go up like a torch, just like as if they've been doused in gasoline. Hang on, radio chatter. Let's turn on the radio. Anyway, the trees will fall and block the road in front of you. If there's a tree in front of you, a tree behind you, that's a classic entrapment case. Let me see if this is related to Mosquito Fire.
Unsure if they responded to Anderson and Forest Hill Road or if they were diverted to the mill site.
Copy, thank you. I'm online now.
Mosquito Operations 0217.
Okay, I just wanted to see if that was important. They're not sure if a unit was going to respond to Mosquito Fire, so let's go back to the Fairview Fire. Also, in the case of power line fires, this is answering the question of how could somebody get trapped and die. Sometimes it's at the end of your street. I interviewed the people, the first person to lose their home on the Caldor fire, and bad luck where it started. You know, the firefighters had no time to prep his structure for defense. Only the next door neighbors. There just wasn't enough time, and his home was less than half an acre closer to where the Caldor fire started. So sometimes, like in the case of the McKinney, it sounds like power lines may have perpetuated the fire spread. It seemed like there was a lightning strike fire that wasn't a big deal. This is just what I've heard. This is not verified. But power lines went down like a domino effect on the main highway that almost everybody had to use to evacuate. So we had people trapped. But there was one firefighter on the radio that did absolutely the right thing. He was trying to respond to the area where all the firefighters were converging. And then the radio call went out and said that that place was on fire. And they had a mad scramble to evacuate it, the assembly place. Now we're looking at the Fairview right now. These are the cams. And the firefighter who heard that the assembly place was in danger, he did the right thing. And he goes, they said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" He goes, "Yep, I'm on a bridge." So he just parked his vehicle right on a big bridge and just chilled there. He's ready to get under it if necessary. Sometimes if it's a big bridge, just parking your vehicle on the top is all you need to do. If it's like across a really deep canyon, they can be good. So Katie says people were refusing to evacuate from the mosquito when I was listening on the scanner a few hours ago. Oh man, that's just ridiculous. There's always some who refuse to go. Yeah. And there's a whole bunch of factors behind that. Everything from psychological detrimental optimism to not wanting to believe that the situation is dangerous as it is, to mental illness reasons, to the elderly usually, I shouldn't say usually, they oftentimes refuse just because of dementia type reasons and stubbornness. It happens. But also, a lot of times, the people with the illegal drug grow operations and things on their property refuse because they may just have $600,000 in their freezer or buried in the backyard or something, and they'd rather risk their lives defending it or a mobile meth lab somewhere. It's really there's an addiction epidemic. I don't want to characterize people like that, but these are just some of the reasons. There's also, for normal and ordinary people, they are concerned about their pets or their livestock, or they remain behind to take care of them. And some people never get informed. Some people never get the reverse 911 call. They never get the sheriff knocking. I'll never forget on the third day of the Paradise Fire, a journalist goes into a neighborhood because they saw smoke, and then they found it was smoke from the chimney. Remember, Paradise Fire was November 8th, so it was winter. And they found an old man who didn't have a TV. He saw all of his neighbors pack up and leave in a hurry and had no idea why. And he was kind of bewildered about the situation, but he did not know about the raging inferno that had just taken out the entire town because he was on the outskirts and around a corner and in a little bit of a ravine. So he didn't see it. I mean, that's the thing about wildfire. Once smoke inundates an area, you can't actually see what the hell's going on. Lunar Sparkles One says, "Thank you for your valuable stream, Catherine. You're welcome. I do what I can. I feel terrible. I've been this sick. I have missed most of the fires when they began, and I feel really racked with guilt. But I really couldn't get out of bed. Uh, I've been really weakened by this. I really thought this has got to be COVID. I tested negative yesterday, day before yesterday. Um, yeah, I am working on getting perhaps more of a volunteer system where we can have round the clock volunteering. I can teach people how to do this. However, and maybe other mods can start their own streams eventually, but I'd probably have to build them computers that they'd have to order for me, in order to have the technology and the hardware good enough to do this. Like to just click on this and do a 12-hour time lapse like this. You guys saw maybe how bad the laptop I had, which was kind of a little bit of an older, but I mean it had an i7 in it, and it struggled to create this animation, but I had to spend $800 on a video card, like double its MSRP, maybe a little more than double, on a 3070 card just because of the video card shortage the last few years because of this stupid Bitcoin mining. So this is incredible time lapse, 12 hours of the Fairview. From the Idlewild 1 camp. Now that's the community in danger. So you can see the fire creeping towards, I believe, towards the camp. Kind of shifted in different directions, but it's blown up. Lunar Sparkles 1 says, "I got about 2 hours of sleep. I'm sorry. Your brother's on the front lines? Which fire?" Jeff KLS says it's hard to get out of Big Bear too, I imagine, because that's kind of people are like, "What? There's a ski resort kind of by LA." Well, by San Bernardino, yes, some hills. So Brokefish N says there's 2 dozers and 2 class 6s in the past hour. Thanks, Brokefish. Yeah. So let's look back. Lunar Sparkle says we're in Gurneville. Did I say that correctly? I'm not sure where that is, so let's look it up. And at this time of night, we've got fewer viewers than usual. This is anything goes. So you guys have any questions, any concerns, any fire, just go ahead. It's an open question at any time. Oh, by Santa Rosa. Okay. You're by Santa Rosa. Yeah. Fingers crossed that Napa Valley area's been lucky, knock on wood, here. It's a perpetually traumatized area. They've Cal Fire's slammed everything that's reared its ugly head this year. So yeah. I haven't touched upon Oregon yet. I don't know if we have any Oregon viewers, but we had some explosive growth over by, the Waldo Lake fire, the Cedar Creek got big, but nothing quite as big as the massive doubling in size of the, gosh, which one was that? I'm looking at my paper here. The Sturgill. No, the Double Creek, excuse me. The Sturgill grew as well, but that's in Hell's Canyon. That's currently Oregon's largest fire. So, okay, sorry, that's a gas hazard and a fire alarm. Something to do with Placer County, but it's too scratchy to make out what's going on there. So I don't think that's wildfire related. So, Lunar Sparkles 1 says, "It's okay to knock, trying to alert friends and elderly in proximity." Yeah, that's one thing that I tell people. Nobody knocked on their elderly neighbor's door. Absolutely, you can do that if it's any time, day or night. Do not assume that the elderly know about a wildfire on the same street that you're on. They could just think that it's somebody's backyard burning going on if smoke's drifting by. They're the ones who are less likely to even have a computer have the radio on or even have a TV hooked up that they care about. They're probably just out and about, taking care of their property and outside and completely unaware, or going to bed early and taking their hearing aids out. They're the least informed. They probably don't even have a smartphone. So what I tell people is A, check on your neighbors, and B, as you're preparing your own vehicle for evacuation, I would say try to leave at least an extra seat for somebody to sit in your car. If you see somebody outside who needs to evacuate, just pull over, open the door, get in the car. Taking people is more important than taking objects. So the Sturgill and the Double Creek Fire, the Hell's Canyon, that's pretty on the border of Idaho, basically. But they're blowing up big over by Enterprise. So the Sturgill, Double Creek, and Nebo are in the Joseph Enterprise Cornucopia, Hells Creek, Imnaha area, and that's extremely sparsely populated. I've been to the area, categorizing the ghost towns and trying to film them. It's extremely rugged. It's called the Little Alps, for a good reason. It's the Blue Mountains, which almost nobody's heard of, even in Oregon. But the Oregon Trail wasn't possible until they found a way through the Blue Mountains, and that's what I-84 is today, going past Baker City. This is the pass through the LeGrand right here, the South Pass, what it's called, in the Baker City area, because this area, these rugged peaks, they're just really tall, perpetually snow-capped, and other than the gold mines that cropped up there, there's no inhabitation. And once the gold mining collapsed in 1942, after gold mining was shut down by executive order after Pearl Harbor, like none of these towns really came back to life. Some of them did after gold hit $1,000 an ounce, but really it's mostly just ghost towns and just cornucopias trying to come back. Though what we have is ranches, wilderness, history to lose, and some people that live in the region. Enterprise is inhabited, so is Joseph. Of Indian reservation type land out there. You're kind of near Pendleton, but that kind of terrain, I don't know if they'll ever get a handle on those fires, period, when they're still up there in the high, Alps, so to speak. So I don't have much hope that anything but the snows of October will put them out. And it does start to snow, usually the first week of October up there. Hopefully rain comes before then, but that's a sketchy situation. Now Waldo Lake is over here. This is the Cedar Creek fire, and mostly it's campgrounds and such, but it's grown too. It was classified as wilderness part of this fire, so unfortunately they had to let the wilderness burn because there's no fire access roads. The perimeters that they've set up are away from where the fire's at, because you can't put firefighters in a death trap. So let's go back down to Southern California here. I don't know why I had to zoom. Here's an orientation. You can kind of see where San Bernardino is. And for the people who are not familiar with Southern California at all, here's LA. San Bernardino is east of LA. And Big Bear is in the mountains east of LA. And down here, Hemet is a much smaller affair, southwest of Palm Springs, across the mountains. So there is a ski resort here at Big Bear. So they turned on the snowblowers. They turned on all that stuff, trying to protect it. And it's pretty rugged, steep, and hellishly difficult to work in too. Let's go and look at the Big Bear. Wow, the moon. Pretty eerie backdrop here. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse here. To the Baldwin Lake 1 cam, looking at Big Bear. And thank you, Brokefish, for the link. I'll look at that in a sec. So, Lunar Sparkles 1 says a lot of people are on home oxygen. Yeah. So, yeah. So if anybody has questions, we'll just get to that. Other than knowing that it killed people, I don't, and maybe SoCal Edison started the Fairview. I don't know anything else about it. I know that it's that Idlewild is in trouble, and I don't know what caused the fire at Big Bear either. But at least it was a slow rate of spread for the Mosquito Fire, supposedly. I'm still listening to it, but Backyard Mechanic says, "Hi there from Forest Hill, watching the Mosquito Fire and been running on about 2 hours of sleep, too anxious to sleep." Yeah, you're on the evacuation warning, and I wouldn't go to sleep on a fire ever if a evacuation warning zone is there. I would definitely go to sleep elsewhere unless somebody can sleep in shifts and monitor scanner radio around the clock. I still have scanner radio on that one. But if you guys want me to switch, we should probably be checking out the others because no news is good news. And so far, there's been really no news. What's going on with the mosquito other than the reports of, let's look at the other cams with the Big Bear. Some units checking in and reporting in. But the wind shifted direction, and that's why Forest Hill's now on evacuation warning. So, but I'm really disappointed with Placer County Sheriff's Office Twitter. Do another 12-hour time lapse with going on a Big Bear. Switch to Fairview. Twitter, regular Twitter, is coming up with evacuations orders faster than Placer County Sheriff's Office Twitter is. Go figure. They're refreshing the map a lot, but I have links to the evacuation map in the channel. So far we haven't seen a change, fingers crossed. So, they said evacuation was going well on Mosquito Road several hours ago. Hopefully it's still good. I hope some of the storms that come by make the humidity a bit better over there. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Broadcastify. Let's see here. Off channel, looking for new channels to listen to what's going on. It's not Orange County, it's San Bernardino County, but I'm having trouble selecting. Oh, there it is. Okay, San Bernardino County. On Broadcastify over here. There's only 61 people listening to San Bernardino County Fire, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service, so this may not be the correct channel that we want. If anybody does have a Broadcastify channel, please let me know. Back at chat. So, yeah, some of these time lapses are just nuts. Okay. Since I looked away, I'm kind of replaying it for myself here. So once again, it's open question and answer time. You have a question about a fire, we'll just pop to it and then go back to monitoring the others. So Lunar Sparkles 1 says it's a safety logistical nightmare. Yeah. Brokefish In says some can't see the Cedar Creek on Saturday, but it laid down some. You mean Cedar Creek? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in Oregon. That's right. Lisa Mahika says my kids lived in Big Bear in a house across the street from the Buffalo Corral at the animal refuge. They rolled out of bed and walked to work at this bear ski resort. Son is in Truckee now, daughter's in Boston. Yeah, Truckee had a scare. There was an accused arsonist walking around Truckee earlier this year, just lighting stuff up. Accused, actually accused. But we already did the Baldwin Lake. Do Bear Mountain North. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. I probably should show you guys the camera locations. I'm kind of not clear on where the Big Bear Fire's headed, or the Fairview. I just know Idlewild is kind of at risk of being impacted. James Whitehill says the Hemet Fire, which is also the Fairview, is in Riverside County. Big Bear is in San Bernardino. It's Riverside. Okay. So, hey JB, you're up late or very early. How are you? The flu got me bad, but I'm out of bed again. This is like day 5 of not keeping food down, but I was able to eat a little bit of actual meat and rice today. So With your kind donations, I got a good meal for you. So, sounds like a song, Pamela Novelli says. Oh, Pamela says, my town burned when I was in high school. I'm so sorry to hear. Wow, that's a flare-up. Do a 15-minute time lapse. I think that's just, wow. Yeah, okay. So this shows smoke direction. Let's see which direction this cam is facing. JB's been an invaluable help to the stream and educating me on situations. He's tired. I'm sorry, I don't remember the difference between fire captain and chief uh, in Northern California. I'm really tired, depleted right now. So I'm on 35% intelligence mode right now while being sick. Katie says, make sure neighbors know how they can open the garage doors if they have no power, especially the elderly or the handicapped. God, that's a very good point. Okay, let's see. That actually went into California law now. I believe it's statewide. A lot of the people got trapped in paradise because when the power outage hit, they were too weak because they were elderly to open their garage door to get in their cars to drive away. And so they're struggling there in their garage because when your car's in it, you'd have to like climb on top of your car to reach that handle. They couldn't do such a thing. And then imagine people kneeling on the roof of their car, or the hood of their car, trying to yank a handle. I mean, it's best if you have a rope and you can tie it on there and then walk the rope to the front of the garage. But since the door's in the way, you can't walk along the rope enough to get that dislodged. I've struggled as a person who weighs about 100 pounds wet to open garages, and just think about somebody in a wheelchair. You know, this is not possible. So, California mandated battery backup for fire reasons in new construction for garage doors. But boy, I think that's just a new construction thing. I mean, that's going to take a long time before that becomes ubiquitous or common. So, yeah, a lot of fatalities happen for that reason. And maybe one of the reasons that my friend died in the Cascade Fire. He had motorcycles in his garage, but in front of the garage, the car was already on fire in the driveway. So John Bruno is saying, which is burning the worst? Well, California's deadly fire, the Fairview, is flaring up. So we're looking at it has killed today, and some people are burned. So the Fairview may have been started by SoCal Edison's power equipment. Now, as far as communities in jeopardy, that's what I'm trying to ascertain because I just crawled out of my sick bed. I believe, let's see, where is Idlewild? That's by Big Bear, correct? So, Idlewild, I don't know that I spelled that correctly. Yes, so that one's by Fairview. So apparently they're trying to keep the Fairview from going east, but right now there's a east wind, so it's probably helping them. But Fairview it's right over here by Hemet. The Hemet's endangered. San Jacinto, I don't know how to say these things. The entire ski resort and community area of Big Bear is under threat. The Mosquito Fire, Placer County, is threatening Forest Hill right now. Forest Hill just went after midnight onto evacuation warning, and they had new evacuation orders. But we're hearing no news, which is good news, on scanner radio for the Mosquito by Forest Hill. So this is all mountainous terrain. But I think people are most worried about the Fairview, and I think we need to go to Cal Fire InstaWeb now to get some latest. I don't know if that's a Cal Fire, Fairview Fire, Cal Fire incident, or it's going to be on InstaWeb. Okay, it looks like it's Cal Fire. So it's 4,500 acres. I mean, it just blew up with a storm. 5% containment has not changed. Riverside County. Okay, big map. 2 fatalities, and we know that somebody has been burned. At least one person has been burned. So click here for prior status reports. Cause under investigation, but like I said, SoCal Edison issued a report saying it could have been them. So external incident link, is that okay? Incident information for Riverside County Fire Department. There's an evacuation order south of Stetson Avenue, north of Cactus Valley, west of Fairview Avenue, east of State Street. View the interactive map. Is so turn off my dark mode. Turn off the ad blocker. So it's already like this. So you can see that Hammett itself, not much of it's under evacuation orders. We have evacuation warnings southeast of Diamond Valley Lake. So this is what the current situation is like for there. And I was hoping it would be the same map for the Big Bear, but it looks like it's not. It's 2 different counties, so there's a big blank spot over here. I hate this. Can't see that there's evacuations orders for the Big Bear area because that's a different county. When will we ever have one-stop shopping? I don't know. This is why I have 68 tabs open at a time and have to have a supercomputer to run this stream. Just for the tabs open. There should be one website for California fires, just all info. I don't know. So, Katie says, need to get battery backup if you replace a garage door in California now too. Good. That's good. Let's see here. I do not allow that kind of talk. SO, I know you might be kind of making a bitter comment, but I don't want to go negative, so first warning. So Lunar Sparkles, through September, PG&E was going to be checking power lines and trying to put them underground. Oh, they've been saying that, mostly because enraged communities are demanding nothing less, and they want to put a good face on the story for their shareholders and stuff. But you know, I was enraged when they had the perfect opportunity to just bury the lines after Paradise. I walked there a year later, and PG&E had put up power lines in the middle of the town again. Same thing that prevented a lot of people from escaping because their lines fell on cars and live and cut off all evacuation routes and made islands out of city blocks surrounded by fire. And instead, you know, when you erase a town like PG&E did, inadvertently, they had a perfect opportunity before people moved back to just bury the lines because nobody was there. It's a ghost town. You could be there and stand in the middle of the street for a few hours and not be hit by cars because nobody lived there anymore, except I think 8% of the population. And instead of burying them, they just put them up first with the poles again, and then they're like, oh, we'll bury them later. Oh, yeah, just waste money, just waste everybody's time and money. Do it and inconvenience people after they've begun the rebuilding process. Great idea. They're stupid. I'm sorry, they're stupid. Stupid and evil. The decision-making process is at the top. That's about the only thing I could say. So, why not just move out of California? A lot of people are. One of my moderators is. C-Probe is moving out of California. He's like, that's it. And my brother did. You know, PG&E broke up my family by having the Paradise Fire. A lot of people are just fearful for their lives, and they have no more trust that the government's going to actually enforce rules for these power companies to actually make power companies operate in a safe manner. They no longer do. Some of them are worse than others. I can tell you the worst offenders, PG&E. You know, they were convicted. They're a felony corporation. I mean, they're on probation as a felon. The corporation was convicted of felonies. They pled guilty. So, oh my gosh, Demi and Trevor O'Keefe, to my lookout, Dixie Fire, North Valley Road to Greenville. With your help, we stopped the fire progress on Holland Drive. What? Whoa, Demian, tell me about this. And thank you so much for your kind donation. You keep me running here. Wow, you're awesome. And welcome back. DB says, what can be done, if anything, on the off season to minimize the damage of these fires? Well, if the government ain't going to do enough, which they're not, you can do a lot for yourself. And so I want to look at the evacuations of the Big Bear area first and get that map up, and then I'm happy to tell you about that. Right now, going to the hardware store, getting a staple gun and a fine mesh screen is probably the best thing you can do to save your home by cover up to soffit vents. So, but JB, it's toss up between the Big Bear and the Fairview and the Mosquito as to which fires are the most deadly, the most dangerous right now. The mountain fire is, of course, still going by weed, but the mill fire is calming down. I did not see the community meetings. They were more than an hour long. We could watch them, I guess, for about what's going on with weed, but I think the mill fire ran up against Lake Shastina, so they had a really good, and it was flatter ground. So even after it killed people and erased neighborhoods, it was looking better already as far as controlling the fire, way better than the mountain fire, which is also by weed, but on the west side of Interstate 5. That one's in rough terrain, but there's almost nobody that lives out there. So I would say that Fairview and by Hemet here, Big Bear Fire, are the big ones. And it's called Radford, by the way. Don't ask me why they just can't call it the Big Bear Fire. And but the way fires are named are usually after the road that they start on. So we've had mass confusion today already. It was Volcanoville Road, kind of by where where the Mosquito Fire started. So they called it the Volcano Fire. And there's a town called Volcano, so I was in El Dorado County, I believe. So I was really concerned about Volcano, only to find out that Volcano Fire meant Volcanoville. So I looked at Volcanoville and it was okay. And then they renamed it Mosquito Hill Fire. They called it Mosquito Hill Fire on the scanner radio. And so I looked and there was a hill fire and a volcano fire on watch duty. I couldn't make any sense of that. And then they said on watch duty, finally, hours later, it's just, oh wait, we're going to rename the volcano fire the Mosquito Fire, and it's separate from the hill fire incident. So I'm tearing my hair out. Nobody's ever heard of Radford Road, but they have heard of Big Bear. So I have to say Radford over here, the Fairview is down here. And while this may make sense for firefighters, it doesn't make sense to the general public. It doesn't. There needs to be a reform. Oh my god. So, Lunar Sparkles 1 says, how many of you are pilots? Well, my mod C-Probe is a pilot, but he's asleep. He's packing up to move out of California. That's what a lot of people are doing. A lot of people put in the comment section, I'm leaving. This is it. I mean, we're now like the people of weed. I don't know how many times they can get traumatized. People of Santa Rosa, they have fires every couple of years now that are raising neighborhoods. They rebuild, and then the same kind of neighborhoods get raised again. Part of it's building codes being stupid. Engineering death traps without enough. I mean, the permit process has to be re-examined instead of the minimum amount of roads per houses to alleviate traffic. Think about traffic during a crisis. And there's always this incentive for developers to not have that many roads, because if you have extra roads, think of all the houses you can't build and cram in there. But I mean, Southern California is the king of. I can't even believe after all these fires, after everything we've learned, Bobcat and others, all these crises where they just about had to evacuate Pasadena. They approved of death trap neighborhoods on the top of little ridges with one way out and hundreds of homes. On the top of hills with dry grass and eucalyptus trees growing on it, all the way up with no fire breaks, no fire roads, no retaining walls, just wooden fences at the top. And nowhere for anybody to go, and Just poor hydrant pressure. So, Lunar Sparkles one says we don't even have fire hydrants here. Yeah. So, yeah, when you have the opportunity to rebuild, there's a ethical responsibility to rebuild safer. Oh, hey, radio chatter on the Mosquito Fire. Let's tune in. I need the evacuation map for the Big Bear area. So, come on, the radio just crackled. Let's see if they say anything. We've got an InsaWeb for the Radford Fire, which is the Big Bear Fire in Bernardino County. So let's look at our maps. Is there an evacuation map link? Yeah. So, whoa, these are just static maps. I need a live one. All right, so let's see if it's in the information section. Announcements. There are no announcements at this time. Right, so evacuation centers. Everybody knows what they are by now. The Radford Fire is under investigation. So technically, is there Fairview, but it might have been SoCal Edison. We don't know. So an incident management team is going to arrive for the Radford Fire today. And assume control at 7 in the morning. So, yeah, Jeremy Ader says a eucalyptus is a gasoline tree. Exactly. That's why Australian bushfires are so bad. And, at least they have koalas that eat some of the leaves, but their leaves are like little paper, little curled up bits of paper. And they fall at the base year round because Australia doesn't really have a winter like us. So they just grow and they drop sap, and their bark sloughs off like skin, like a snake shedding its skin all the time. It's all impregnated with this flammable sap that acts like gasoline, and it piles up at the base of itself, and then they kill birds because birds see insects getting stuck in the sap, and they go to eat the insects out of the sap, and it glues their beak shut. So they are the trees that kill California. They're a massive invasive weed problem. They make our wildfires absolutely worse, and they are the thing that make Australia's bushfires just some of the worst on Earth. And Australia has the same kind of a Mediterranean climate that much of California has in the foothill. Oh yeah, extreme ladder fuels. Yeah, the oil of eucalyptus is medicinal. It's also very flammable. There's many species of eucalyptus, but the way that eucalyptus got into California was a scam. It was a classic scam where salesmen came and said, "Yo, we see that you forested a lot of California with timbering your mines and stuff, putting wood on the inside of mines, prop them up and to build flumes and stuff. So we'd like to introduce to you the seeds of this wonderful tree that will grow really fast, and you could sell the lumber and it'll be valuable, and it'll make a windbreak lickety-split on your farm, and they don't require a lot of water or anything, and they're the miracle tree." And in reality, the lumber is about worthless. As it dries, it warps. So when they try to build train tracks with it, through the tracks, can't be used for home building either. Interactive map. Here we go. Excuse me. It's right in front of my face. Wait, that's a link to Twitter. Heaven's sake. I'm crying out loud. It's my new exclamation. Yeah, see how it's its own county for San Bernardino. So even though the Fairview has got massive evacuations down here, look, you can't see it. 2 different counties, 2 different maps. I'm going to tear my hair out. So, I'm so sorry, Lunar Sparkles, to hear about your loss. Oh, Jeremy says eucalyptus smoke is also very toxic. Yes, it can be, absolutely. And I'm allergic, so if I'm even near eucalyptus trees, or as a kid, one time I threw a tennis ball into a eucalyptus grove and I pushed through the bushes to get at it. Oh God, I broke out in hives everywhere and I was itching. Allergic to that sap. It's a toxic, noxious weed, so you can have people go into anaphylactic shock from its toxic smoke. And it's invasive, and it will suck up all the water from other trees and make them die. They're really insidious. They don't belong here. but there's still groves of them all over the place, and some ignorant or foolish people still have them decorating their yard. And to me, I would, if I was in charge, I'd put a bounty on the damn thing. And outlaw fire promoting invasive weeds. It seems like a no-brainer. But okay, so but when you see a eucalyptus tree fire go, oh my God, it's tree torching on another level. On another level. Fires power the natural ecosystem of Australia, but as their koalas get more and more rare, there's less and less critters actually eating them. So there's more and more leaves that show up at the base of their trees. So we don't have any koalas in California, so the leaves just drop to the ground, and they're like curled up bits of paper. And when they get on fire, they, just like paper planes, just like paper airplanes, they rip off the trees and they go long distances, land on people's roofs, gutters, light the landscape on fire. They can grow very tall very fast, so it's like lighting a paper airplane on fire from the top of a tall tree, seeing it go for miles, many more acres than, say, a regular tree. It's bad. Wildcat says, oh, John Bruno says, any questions for me? What's your take on things? Have you been monitoring fires? Which ones, and what's your take? Your insight's always super valuable. So I have been asleep for 15 hours. I woke up around 7 p.m. Did not see these starting. I mean, I would roll over in bed with my raging fever, which broke, by the way. Happy to report. But then I fell asleep again. Anything from personal wisdom to whatever. I think a couple eucalyptus we can keep around, like in Sacramento's park. There's a couple majestic ones, but like in a park setting where the leaves are vacuumed up all the time, not in the landscape. There's a couple old majestic ones. There should be a sign at the base of every eucalyptus tree explaining how they were a scam too, and how they screwed up California's ecosystem and promoted fires and made everything from wildfires to structure fires worse. Oh, radio of the Mosquito Fire is going. But yeah, I mean, almost nobody lived in California until 1849. So I don't remember when the scammers first arrived, but no eucalyptus tree in California is older than that. So, the Elsbell is the fire at Sage? I hope not. Where is Sage? I'm from Northern California, and I've only been to Southern California a couple of times in my life, and that was to Disneyland, so Ventura. So, where is Sage? But JB, when I feel a bit better, I plan on contacting you. And I had to return to Oregon real fast for medical reasons. I ghosted, unfortunately, a couple people in California, but I got injured. I think I have a broken foot, got sick, have a ear infection on top of whatever this flu is, and I was becoming too weak to even drive, so I booked it back to Oregon for medical treatment, and when the toothache was the last straw, but at least I got rid of my toothache. It was by Hemet. Okay, so let's look at, there's an evacuation map I have handy here. Let me stick it. I love this tab grouping stuff. Tab grouping allows me to group tabs, and so I should be utilizing it. So with the Fairview, I should put this in a tab. Boom, this. And the evacuation. Here it is, Fairview. I'm going to put this in chat for you guys too. Here it is. Oh, it's so long, it's not going to work for chat. Gosh, is there a shorter version of this? I swear. I'll just make a tiny URL. You go to tinyurl.com. paste in a big link and out spits a small one. So copy it. Here you go. This is the Fairview evac map. There. Dracaris Labyrinth says, dear God. I know what that means. Har har. So that's the evac map, and I don't see Sage here. This is what it looks like. I don't. Oh, Sage. Yeah, see, Sage is down here. It is not under evacuation warning, or, well, I mean, unless up there on Sage Road, that's considered part of Sage. I actually don't know where the city or community limits are, but where it says Sage on Google Maps is not evacuation. North and northeast of Sage Road is. So Sage Road is the border. The current evacuation warning. So these people should be prepped. They should be sleeping in shifts, and they should be monitoring the situation and have everything ready to go. And if you find yourself higher elevation, on the top of a hill, or you only have one road out, or have a dirt road, I would be out already. If it takes you like 20 minutes to drive to a main road, elevate yourself to one level higher than you currently are. JB says, correction, Fairview, not Radford. But, oh, okay. JB says, Southern California fires will get bigger, but rain's coming on the weekend. Fire resources are getting drawn down. The next major fires will compete for the resources. So, yeah. We are at level 3, I hear. National preparedness level 3, which means some resources are starting to become scarce. So the next major fires will compete for them in Sage is southwest. So with the Fairview Fire, make your health a priority. Yeah. The best choice you can ever make is to leave before you're told, or any officials tell you to. With a wildfire, that will always be your best decision and your best chance of a good outcome and survival. And I've never really heard anybody regret leaving early. I've heard plenty of people tell me personally, I think I would have died if I had not left early. Because don't count on the fire being polite and moving slow enough for the sheriff to knock on all doors. Don't count on a new fire not showing up at the end of your street. I mean, people in Quincy didn't think they had really anything to fear from the Dixie for a while until, boom, more PG&E equipment power lines went down next to Quincy. When power lines had already gone down and started the Dixie itself. So the Fly Fire was a new fire started by PG&E's equipment closer to their community. The fact that the Fairview just perhaps started because of SoCal Edison's equipment, then that gives you a clue that it can happen at the end of your street too. Plus, what if there's just an accident, a car accident on the end of your street? You gotta think about it may start closer where you think it's going to come from. So Elsbell says, yeah, John Bruno, who's very wise, experienced, retired firefighter, sorry, I forget captain and chief. Captain, I believe, right? I can't remember. No, chief. Sorry, I'm too sick right now. They're off Sage Road. No, if a major fire breaks out in Central California area, look out. Yeah, because of it being 116 degrees. That makes all these fires crazy. Let's go back to some cams. Yeah, keep looking at the cams. Now that I've got the evacuation maps set up, I'm going to look at cams while I want to go and find us a new radio to listen to. We're still tuned into the Mosquito Fire, Placer County, but no news is good news. We haven't heard of any changes. So I'm going to refresh the map real quick.
171 from 173.
Never mind, they're talking.
Good. Once you get a car, why don't you log on as Union right now and float between the upper and lower?
I have no idea what that's about. That's maybe some sheriff stuff. So JB says PG&E executives should be indicted by a state grand jury. Oh yeah, there's some law protecting them. California needs a law that says there's no protection against manslaughter and murder charges if your company policy that you create kills people, especially mass kills people, like nearly 100, as in the case of Paradise. 85 plus fatalities that we know of. I think we'll probably find bodies in the years to come, just like they kept finding bodies from September 11th and years later. Human remains can disappear really well into the landscape after a wildfire, but there might be somebody, some hunter, somebody walking their dog that comes across things like. But right now, the Butte County could only fine PG&E executives $10,000 each. I think it was something horrible like that. There's a cap. There is a cap on the money that you can fine somebody for wrongful death. I believe it's a wrongful death type situation. It's unbelievable, but California law has to change. Really, it does. Otherwise, we're just going to experience more of this. So that's very interesting. This one cam in front of us, Big Bear, Bear Mountain South, turned around and there was a roof. I wonder if it's a fire lookout tower. It seems to be placed on a building. So I'm going to turn off right now the radios since we're not hearing anything on Mosquito Fire. It'll be on standby. If anything changes the evacuations, we'll return to it. But it's hissing in my ear. I turned that off for you guys, but I can't stand it. So I'm going to go down to, and it's open question answer time. If anybody has a question, and thank you, JB, for your insight. I think I agree that California's resources are being stretched thin. Now that Oregon's had some blowups, it's going to be stretched even thinner. Northeastern Oregon had a massive increase in their fire sizes. Rum Creek, JB, I don't know if you heard this, but the National Guard called out on the Rum Creek fire by Rogue River. And live on my stream, we heard them saying, our shots being fired. At, I don't know if it was at the firefighters, but they had to turn off all their headlamps in case they were being shot at around 3:30 in the morning on the 4th or something, whatever my stream was. I believe that's a true reason the National Guard has gone to the Rum Creek. On news media and stuff, they said it's to help with road closures. Oh, I think it's to kind of be armed guards too. There's some bad stuff over there. So I'm going to look at the feeds for Southern California, see if we can find San Bernardino County. Let's look at that one. It's San Bernardino County Fire, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service. That's promising, but there's only 46 listeners, so probably not very active. I'm going to go to Riverside County. Look now for, CAL FIRE, Riverside County Fire West has 95 listeners. Let's think about adding that one. So I will add that to my little dashboard over here. Just bear with me. Be right back with you. This is live views of this one, Big Bear. No. Okay, that one's Big Bear. But let's stick with the Fairview. Ooh, you can see wind action here. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse of that. Okay. So the United States County Riverside. Okay, I'm adding CAL FIRE Riverside County West. Let's tune in. Play. So far, silent, but there's 95 listeners, so maybe there's more. Gonna add the feed. I'm getting hungry again. Hopefully I'll be able to keep food down. It's a good sign. I was able to eat a lamb shank and some rice earlier today. Trying to nice fatty meat. Trying to get my pounds back on. So let's go to. But yeah, JB, there was a question earlier. Maybe you can answer it a lot better than me if you're still on. How to best prep your home right now in California for wildfires? What's the best thing you can do? And I was talking about go to the hardware store and get a staple gun and get a fine mesh and staple that mesh over all your soffit vents that go underneath your attic, underneath your roof eaves, little holes where the air vents through. That'll keep out rodents like squirrels and stuff out, and birds. That'll introduce ticks and lice and stuff into your house, but and insects like termites, whatever. But it'll also keep out the embers. Turns out that it's not the top of roofs that are being the number one cause of homes burning down in wildfire. It's the embers sweeping up underneath the roof, going into those little holes and little holes in the screens, or the screen mesh not being fine enough. So that's actually the number one way that anybody can help their home. Also, just cut down any bushes growing right next to your house. That can be heartbreaking. They could be like grandma's roses or something, but really, you need defensible space. When firefighters are looking through your neighborhood or houses to save, they don't want to even bother with the one that's hardest. And that's if you can you can protect your soffit vents all you want with screens, but if the rose bush underneath your roof catches on fire, then the flames are gonna reach up and hit your roof. So it's a forlorn hope. They will choose the houses most likely to survive, and they'll try to save them. It's just because it can't be everywhere at once. And they usually have water tanks on trucks, have a limited amount of water. So, okay, that is. This is Cal Fire, Riverside County West. This is for the Radford Fire. Excuse me, the Fairview. Sorry. God, these are good. Or it could just be regular dispatch. Let me try to add. Okay, where is that feed coming? Okay, Riverside and San Bernardino County. No, not Santa Barbara. San Bernardino, ring-a-ding-ding. Milkshake mix, is that? Okay, that talking was San Bernardino County Cal Fire, but didn't sound relevant. Okay, so I'm gonna turn them both on for both the Big Bear and the Fairview. So if they talk over each other, I'll try to catch it. But it'll take me a while to switch tabs, so bear with me. Flower bed bark. Yeah. JB says get your fuels removed.
I confirmed the location. They're going to reopen and start.
Okay, that's really low volume. Fixing it. That's San Bernardino. That's extremely low volume. Whoa, I could barely hear it myself. So, the San Bernardino Cal Fire in U.S. Forest Service channel is on max volume, and I don't know if you'll even hear it, so that'll be hard to juggle. JB says, get your fuels removed away from the house. There are fire prevention vents to install? Really? Really? Okay. Remove all the means of receptive fuels by your home, even the flower bed bath, flammable ornamental vegetation. Excuse me, flower bed bark. Yeah, I can confirm that bark dust fires are really weird. They're invisible. I once had an idiot friend who was a smoker come over to play a game of Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, I'm a nerd. Never mind. But this is when he was a youth, and I said, don't smoke by my house. My window's open, bro. So he goes across the street and smokes over there, and then he came back in, and I said, dude, where'd you put your cigarette? And he goes, what? And I said, did you put it in the ashtray on the front of the porch, though? He goes, you said I couldn't be on the front of the porch. And I said, yeah, I know. You couldn't smoke there. I didn't say you couldn't be there. I said, please. Ah! Oh, God, my ears. All right. That one was Cal Fire, Riverside County. And until they actually make a sound, I can't adjust the volume. So, oh, that'll wake you up in the morning. Anyway. Oh, my eardrums don't need that. I've got an ear infection. So there's really no chatter for these fires. There's no way to listen to what's going on. Not so far. Anyway, this goofy friend, I said, well, okay, where did your cigarette end up? I don't want you to pollute my neighborhood, because my neighbors are like super non-littering people, and they will get on my case if cigarette butts show up in the gutters and on their property. So can you please put the cigarette in the ashtray? And he goes, you're not the boss of me, basically. Seriously? Seriously? You are gonna get me in hot water with my neighbors. Like, it is your responsibility to dispose of your cigarette butts responsibly. And he was like, I don't want to go out there and get it now. I don't know where it rolled to. And I was like, you tossed it? Seriously? It was summertime. The windows were open because it was hot that night. So I went out there and got a cigarette butt, picked it up, and put it in the dang ashtray. And hang on. They are talking about the fire. Let me turn up. Oh, that's the volume that's already on max. So that was San Bernardino County. They're just talking about where an engine went. So in order to not, because I'd already gotten on his case about that, the next day that we resumed our game, it was in the afternoon, and he threw it in bark dust in the neighbor's flower bed, the cigarette butt, and then didn't tell me about it. I'm like, you put it in the ashtray, or light, or whatever he did, right? So all of a sudden, I hear air brakes a little bit later outside of my house, and it was a fire truck. And I was like, what the heck? So I go out there, and the whole neighborhood goes out there. And we couldn't figure out what the heck they're doing. We're looking around, there's no smoke, we can't see anything. Bark dust fires are invisible. But if you looked really hard at the ground, the firefighters pointed at the flower bed. Some of the bark dust was blackening really slowly, and there was this circle that was enlarging on the ground, and that was the bark dust smoldering on fire, and you couldn't see a flame. It just slowly goes and spreads, and all it needed was a bit of wind to just boo, whoosh, become flames. So they're almost completely invisible. But that is bad, to have bark dust in the flower beds. So JB's got a really good point about that. Decorative rocks. And the cool thing about quartz is it's extremely cheap, and you can buy broken quartz rocks and rock tumble them and just scatter them, and you can have really cool literal crystals in your flower bed. You can get slate to mix in a little bit of gray with it. You can get paver stones, and remove a few of the paver stone bricks and plant your flower there. But underneath the flowers, it's paver stones. You'll have a lot less weeds and stuff too. And exactly, broke fish, and not a lot of talk on the night shift. And thank you for being here during the night too. You're part of my night shift here, and yeah, the owl. That's a good thing. So no news is good news. We don't want to. What we don't want to hear is frantic. Evacuate that neighborhood. It jumped lines. Oh my God. Firefighter down. As long as we're not hearing that stuff, I'm satisfied. Because that stuff would go to dispatch. There's plenty of talking that they're doing amongst themselves, but we can't hear that unless you have a super radio with super antennas and you're parked almost within visual range of where the fire crews are working. You can't hear their tactical. You can't hear them say stuff like, put the line over there, squirt out that tree over there. That stuff is so local that Broadcastify just doesn't have that, because it would take a crazy equipped pickup truck and a journalist type who has a press pass to go that close to the crews, and then they'd have to have a super cell phone reception or a satellite phone in order to get that stuff on the internet for us to listen to. That would be tremendously expensive. That would be gear that even fire crews don't even have. What's really sad is they're so underfunded that they oftentimes say, oh, I want to send you a map of where the fire went, but you have no cell phone service, so both of us need to drive for an hour to a hilltop where we have cell phone service to give you a map. That stuff has to end. We have to have no such thing as a dead zone in California in order to have a quick and efficient fire response. Sometimes fire crews are sharing radios between them and frequencies. It's just bad. Yeah, you can go get vermiculite or red volcanic rock and all kinds of cool stuff for your garden that's not bark dust, just use liquid Miracle-Gro instead of like mulch, So Lunar Sparkles one says I got pulsatile tinnitus, and I can relate. I do too. I have tinnitus. I always hear scratchy sounds, so I don't want to hear more of them. Yeah. Elsbell says the campfire in Paradise was the worst. Yeah, I'm still a bit haunted, and I didn't even witness it. I witnessed the aftermath and heard it live, and chewed my fingernails off for my brother. I also went to the places where people died in order to see if they could have saved themselves, in order to, spread survival, be a good survival teacher. I mean, nothing is as good as survival teaching as hearing the stories of survivors. But the flip side of that is you have to figure out why people died and see if they could have saved themselves. And unfortunately, not enough people know about bridges and culverts. I identified many places. Most people that died in Paradise were within walking distance of a shelter, either a bridge or a culvert. There are some massive culverts in Paradise that drain the flash floods that happen in the Sierras sometimes in the snow melt. And these culverts could accommodate 55 people or so. I mean, they were like 9 feet tall and like 6 feet wide, and sometimes people burned to death in their cars within 60 feet of these culverts, where a neighborhood goes down and people died in their homes when they could have walked across the street and followed the creek and gotten into it was like kind of like an underground part of the sewer system, which was it had a grate to the surface. Like if you were down there, you could look up, and I was standing on it and looking down, and I found out it had a little door. I heard running water in a burned out neighborhood, and if that door had been pried open, people could have sheltered under there in the water underneath the street. Oh, thank you, Bells. Thank you. I'm really starting to feel. Lisa Mojica says, I watched the Paradise documentaries and it's haunting. I haven't even been able to yet. We're going to go look at Big Bear's cams. I can't yet. I'm not ready. I want to make my own documentary about Paradise, but when I'm ready. That was real close to home. Fire Investigator 1 on the scene just came over the radio. Okay, so I don't know if that was for the Fairview or the Big Bear. I think it was the Fairview. The Fairview is the one that's too faint for you guys to really hear. I'm going to see if there's a way to get an amplifier, but I've already got it maxed on Broadcastify.com. So Lisa Mojica says, I live at the beach at Oceanside, and the beach is almost all rocks now, so I could take my hand cart down there with a square bucket and fill it up. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There's all kinds of cool rocks to find. Yeah, and get fire resistant plants and drought resistant plants. I mean, that's good. And native plants too, so you can help preserve native butterflies. Which, native creatures struggling need native plants. Yeah, thank you guys for the kindness. I feel bad not being live when some of these fires broke out, but my God, any worse, I would have gone to the hospital. Lunar Sparkles one says, I like your stories, Catherine. So, 23 years of fire safety. Haven't had a violation yet. Knock on wood. Good, good. And you can actually contact your fire insurance and give them some updated pictures of everything you've done for your property and get a break on your insurance. That's a thing. Elsbell says the same reason why 2 people just died at Fairview. Well, some people in Paradise were screwed. They had no recourse. They had no way out. Unless they had built their own personal fire shelters, they were going to perish. And now there's a place called Death Alley. I mean, that's kind of what I nicknamed it. And I don't really want to pull up a map right now, but it was a north-south road, very southeastern edge of town. The south edge of town dropped off at a cliff face. One of the reasons why it was so hard to make roads to the town, there was only 3 main roads to go up to the town. Steep, rugged terrain, dry, high, windswept plateau. It had hugely steep and wide and deep ravines, and the first erosion happened during the end of the Ice Age, where the glaciers melted to make those ravines, and then the hydro mining of California's gold rush made the ravines even worse, and they washed away hillsides. Thanks, Hills Bells. And unless they tunneled, they wouldn't be able to have this area have anything but dead end streets. Other evacuation routes that Butte County and the city could have made would have been tremendously expensive with massive bridges across chasms, like the west side of town. But I do believe they're warranted now. You just can't build communities that are death traps. Now, the reason why I'm for building massive bridges across these chasms is you need fast firefighting equipment truck response. Really fast. Seconds count. I mean, the difference between life and death of my brother was 6 minutes. People who lingered and left his neighborhood 6 minutes later did not ever make it out. Oh my God. Oh, my ears. Oh God, I apologize. That's Riverside County, and jeez. Oh, my ears. We can't even make out what they're saying. I'm just... Oh, what I did was I turned up my own headset volume way above what you can hear in order to listen to San Bernardino, because it's too low, and this one's way too loud for Riverside County. Oh my God. I needed an audio expert to help me split audio channels to have volume controls that are way better, way separate. That'll be coming down the pipe for the stream, because I can't stand it just as much as you guys can. I tell you what, some things about video production are like going to medical school, and audio is mostly the most complicated part, especially working with Windows. Windows is awful. It's awful audio controls. So I'm going to have to spend some money, some donation money. Wow, this camera is in color. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Baldwin Lake 1 is mesmerizing. Pretty rare that there's so much light hitting the camera that it thinks it's daytime and stays in color mode. That was the moon going by. Wow. So I can still... These are updated at a frequency of usually once every minute. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse of this. Ugh. Pretty dang active for time. So Lunar Sparkles 1 says 100,000 divided to fire safety schools and churches. Yeah. Lunar Sparkles 1 says Monterey got a huge boost after Bohemian Grove 80-hour event. So many generous donors. I'm not sure what you're saying. Ah! God, I hate those. Oh, for God's sake. They're from the 70s or something. I have no idea if that's fire related. It's too scratchy for me to understand that. It's an emergency tone, meaning like a kind of thing that goes off when somebody orders an ambulance. Sometimes it's fire related, sometimes usually not though. So I am of the mind that we need fire prevention. That's the biggest thing we need to do. And it's not cutting carbon. That's not fire prevention. So if any politician says that, they're full of crap, and they're also probably taking money from PG&E and others. It's typical, where they blame carbon instead of the killer corporations and their involvement in taking their money and protecting them from litigation and having to pay fines and pay the victims and pay the state. I'm of the mind where states will not get any FEMA whatsoever if they don't proactively work extremely hard to mitigate disaster and save lives. I think FEMA should work like this. Identify the vulnerable communities vulnerable to disaster, which is not rocket science. They already know which ones they are. They have a history of disasters. They've got hard geographic problem. And then the FEMA money comes before the disaster because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In this case, an ounce of prevention is like $1 million of prevention can be worth $1 billion a cure. And it's overseen by the feds because there's too much state corruption, obviously. And if they do a good job and meet their goals, they get more money. And if they screw around with the money and continue to allow death trap neighborhoods to be built, to neglect critical infrastructure, and to fail to ban invasive weeds and fail to do anything about it. For one thing that's really simple is I look at the highways and roads, and plenty of fires are started by cars that break down and they have to stop on dry grass and start the fire. So why doesn't the state cut the dry grass away from the roads or put down some rocks to discourage its growth? Or, my God, pave a shoulder. What a revolutionary idea. There could be a really simple rating system by that, and citizens should be able to report something going on in their neighborhood, which is a huge fire hazard. I mean, I remember the glass fire of 2020. I did Street View, and the power company was allowing all these weeds, blackberry vines, to climb the telephone poles. Blackberries are notorious for drying out in a windstorm, and then they're just like so flammable that if you lit a bush on fire, it takes up like whoosh, and the flames will be 4 times as high as the actual bush. So if you have a 4-foot tall blackberry bush, it can climb to the tops of a tree, the flame height, just with how intense it is. Now, it doesn't last very long, but when you get a flame height that tall, and what would have happened immediately if any of these blackberry vines underneath the power line had been on fire is it would have burned off the insulation of the power pole, and that would have started the insulation on fire, and it would have traveled along the power lines. So here come the power crews, and they are like, oh my God, the power line itself is on fire. we can't put water on it because we'll electrocute ourselves. So something as simple as weed whacking down the stupid blackberry bushes is something that is the difference between protecting your neighborhood or not. But neighbors are not allowed to weed whack the bushes because it's the right of way of the power company. It's their land, right? So there should be an app where it's like report your own city, your own power company, your own county, your own state doing something stupid with fire. And the feds should be able to bring the hammer on down and say, you're going to remedy this or no more money for you. You're going to have a disaster and you're not going to be able to, oh yeah, just roll around in the cash and say, oh, we finally have the money to build all this stuff we always wanted to build. No, 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 county. You're not going to get rewarded for having the disaster or allowing one to happen. And that's a grave danger. It's not paranoia. You should never reward, an agency of any government type or private either for having a disaster with a free cash, present dumped in their lap to spend as they please. That's an incentive to have a disaster. That's what's backwards about our country right now. We have to flip that around. So what would happen if, say, a corrupt governor or community leader of some sort, mayor, whatever, if that person was corrupt and did unwise things and neglected fire safety for the community, and got the spigot of FEMA money turned off, the enraged populace would vote that person out. Once that person was replaced with somebody, then you could turn the spigot of money back on to somebody who would actually have a plan and start actually implementing the plan for fire safety or disaster mitigation, whether or not it's floods, fires, whatever. So, such as, for example, hurricane takes out a neighborhood near New Orleans. Now, the wind speed was, say, 85 to 100 miles an hour. Now, if previously your building codes said that, all the buildings got flattened because your building codes said they had to withstand 65 mile an hour winds only, well, now your building codes should have to say that they can withstand 120. It's the difference between using nails and screws. It can be that simple, that cheap. Screws hold a building together way better than nails do. Now, if the community doesn't do that, no FEMA money. Sorry. Bye. We'll spend the nation's money on the communities willing to protect themselves. Code officers, says Lisa Mojica. Yeah, people with teeth. Yeah, JB says, with this heat wave, the fires are burning at night as well as day. I know. That's what I was remarking on earlier. It's usually because it's cooler at night, fires not as intense. And the fire triangle is heat, fuel, and oxygen. So less heat, less intensity. But the heat waves are when everybody bites their fingernails off. This is when we don't want a fire. Well, this is when one happened. Some of the worst fires in California just happen when all the conditions are ripe. I mean, I'm just glad that it's not Santa Ana season yet. I mean, this could be way worse with extremely high winds. We actually are lucking out. In some ways. Okay, we got radio chatter. This is Riverside County. This is the
We're seeing one 10 by 10 spot in the drainage.
Parents, copy.
Alpha 10, Medic Engine 152, 5357, Howard Street, Building G, Unit 1, cross of Howard Street, and no cross street.
Sorry, San Bernardino Robo Voice started talking over the Riverside County, and Riverside County is the Fairview Fire. So there was a 10 by 10 spot fire. It's the first we've heard about anything of the sort. So we're tuned in the right channels. There's just not much going on. So Let's see. DRGNW says, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, good, very early morning. Elsbell says, nature. Ah! Oh my god, the toenails are gonna kill me. Okay. I have to manually adjust a slider. I wish Broadcastify.com had something called a compressor. Loud noises are made less loud and soft noises. I can make that out. My point is, a compressor would make loud things louder, or softer, and soft things louder to equalize it out, and Broadcastify.com doesn't have one primitive. Now, I am running a compressor for you guys. You guys are hearing things a lot less harshly than I am, but I'm hearing the raw. And it's not perfect. There's only so much a compressor can do before you get massive distortion, but there's no compressor whatsoever on Broadcastify, and that sucks. So, can I give John Bruno a wrench? Oh yeah. I just don't think he wanted to be a mod. Do you want to be one, JB? If he wants it, sure. Totally. And he's allowed to use all caps. It's for his vision problem, so anybody who needs to go into all caps is okay if they're confirmed to have poor vision. That's way easier for people to read. So it's something I want to remind my mods about. I think I did once. I don't know. So if he requests it, it's granted. He's one of the best supporters. Awesome dude. He's given me tons and tons of fire information and taken me under his wing. And helped a lot of people here get comfort and with his wisdom about things that go on in California. You know, he was there for some pretty serious events like the Oakland Fire. Just unreal. He was there in paradise in the aftermath, helping people through it. That was something else. So we are tuned in to two different fires radio, the Fairview and the Big Bear fire, which is called the Radford. So we keep switching between the different views. So Fairview here, Big Bear there.
Bravo 4, Medic Ambulance 41, 6995, Del Harbor Avenue,
Okay, sorry. It's a fall victim. I tried to mute their address.
Usually fire contained in about an hour mop up.
Which fire? Must have been a smaller one. I think either that's the 10 by 10 spot fire or the structure fire. So, Lunar Sparkles 1 says our Kia got his window shattered with a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. Yikes. Yeah. Going back up there. Yeah. I'm for things so sometimes you can't put roads everywhere for fast evacuation by cars, and this is also a pigeonholed idea that evacuating everybody at the same time by car is a good idea. It's almost never a good idea, actually. You have to stagger evacuation. You have to have community cooperation, which oftentimes does not happen because people are in a panic. Ideally, you would say, hey, community, nobody evacuate yet except the people nearest the fire should go first. It's like a theater fire where the stage is on fire. Hey, everybody in the back, remain in your seats so that everybody in the front next to the flames getting singed here can get in the aisle first and run away first. That doesn't happen. People see fire and they're like, I want out. I don't care what anybody else is saying. I want out. So when everybody tries to leave at once, that really sucks. So there's alternatives. There's community shelters, community fire shelters. They're really not that expensive. And they're really... You can dig a hole. You can put a ramp. You can bury. Oh my God, that's the bane of my existence. You can dig a hole. You can dig a ramp and just bury side by side a couple of cargo containers. Done. Put dirt over it. Done. There's really not that much complication to it. You can put chambers below there where that would have like CO2 scrubbers, like sinks, like that could be as simple as what goes into a submarine so that CO2 doesn't build up and suffocate people, but in reality, you're only going to be sheltering for an hour. As the fire sweeps past your neighborhood, then you're going to throw the doors open and go, what the hell happened? And does he want to be posting links? Sorry. Am I missing something? Yeah, JB can post all the links he wants if he wants to be a mod. So, did I miss something in chat where he wanted to? Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that he wants to. So, if he wants to, sure. Of course. No problem. Let me look at chat participants. I don't think he's still here, though. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess you have to, I think you have to chat every so often to be listed in the participants anyway. We've got 72 viewers, but about 3 active chat people, right? Except for those checking in. And I do thank everybody who's donated. This is completely donation funded. I have to go back to trying to get a day job and that stuff if donations don't keep coming. Enough to pay the bills and and keep my computers upgraded. In order to take the show on the road, I need to fundraise for a laptop, but I'm now subscribed to tons of things and have high monthly bills that I didn't have before to keep the stream going. So first, I tried to tell everybody, please donate to fire victims, personally. And then, if you have $100, give 95 to fire victims, and I can live on the $5 left over. I can live on the pocket change. So, okay, a robotic voice was talking. I had to stop for a second. You guys couldn't hear it because I muted it, but JB says, hey, there you are, you're still here. Those irritating noises are the individual fire station tones to open their station. How does that work, JB? I've never really understood tone out. It sounds like very old 1970s type technology. Here's another one. What is a station alarm? I mean, is it an actual, ringing bell? Is it a light? Is it a robotic voice that'll explain what's going on? I mean, there's so many words, alarm means different things in firefighting. When I was a kid, somebody said it's a 5-alarm fire, and I just thought that meant 5 bells were ringing somewhere. Fire alarm was a ringing bell at the school. You know what I'm saying? So, to find out that fire alarm can mean response, how many crews have shown up at a fire, that's what 4 or 5-alarm fire means. A lot of response. And, crickets are chirping tonight, says Lunar Sparkle. And I'd love to know what this building is that camera keeps rotating around on. And let's look at the Mosquito Fire cam. We haven't done that for a bit. That's Placer County. Wait a second. This is weed. That's the mountain fire. Oh, I never did make a tab view. Okay, so this is what's going on with the Mosquito Fire. Let me right click and create a tab group. New tab group of Mosquito Fire. Give it a purple color, pink. Now let's make it purple. Okay. Yeah, this is our Bunker Hill. So this is our Mosquito Fire. That's righteously active. Let's take a look at this. This is our Mount Danaher cam. Yeah. This heat wave. All I can say is just thank God we don't have high winds right now. So, God. You guys remember 2020's Labor Day fire winds? Once every 75 years they occur like that, but it was like having the Santa Ana winds a month early and for all three western states. That was insano. That's my anniversary. The 2-year anniversary of my stream was a couple days ago. I really wish I could have been live, but I was sick as a dog. And that's when I finally realized the media is not helping people. I need to go live to give people up-to-date info, because Leave It to Beaver came on after the fires broke out that afternoon. And I just couldn't believe it. Like, you know, usually when a school closure happens, like for snow, they have a ticker that says school, switch are closed. I thought they'd do that at least for evacuations as they came down the pipe, or they'd have live 24/7 coverage. It's the worst disaster to happen to the West Coast in 75 years. And they went back to Leave It to Beaver. And people were seeing massive fires roaring out of the mountains, and tons of fires erupting inside of cities and inside of neighborhoods and in suburbia, as I saw the winds, which were whipping the trees back and forth, pushing on them in these massive gusts. I saw the trees shrivel up like a massive dry hair dryer was on them. They lost all their moisture. All these pretty plump leaves went to shrivel dryness just in a matter of hours, right before my eyes. And I watched as limb by limb was just pushed and relaxed by the wind. The limbs started breaking off at the trunks of the trees and started swinging like a pendulum of like a grandfather clock. And I saw smoke after smoke start on the horizon of my town. And I was up on a hill, and I could see Portland, I could see Columbia County, I could Washington County, I could see part of Washington, and I could see that the trees, the backyard trees, the branches were breaking off and then ripping, especially in the older homes, the lines down, the power lines where they fed into the older farmhouse type homes. Homes pre-1950, they would rip off their power line that went directly into the side of the building, and it would land on the roof and light the homes on fire. So I saw a black column of black smoke. I turned on scanner radio, and it was chaos of mutual aid, where different cities were rushing to each other's aid. One would have a massive fire break out in a house and spread to vegetation, and so different towns would come to aid that town. And then the town that just had its fire brigade leave had its own fires, so an adjacent town went to that town. And so pretty soon it was this patchwork crazy network across Multnomah, Washington, and Columbia counties and Marion counties of everybody's fire crews being in the different towns, not in their own. But it was some of the most magical mutual aid and coordinated, organized response that I've ever seen. I just marveled at how it all worked. Oh, what is a mod, JB? A moderator? So a moderator can time people out who are misbehaving, ban people who are trolls and bad people, and ban the bots that come in to try to advertise pornography and stuff. And a moderator can also post links. Nobody else can in the chat. Moderators are trusted people on the stream. So there's two types that I have. The full-fledged moderator, who is there to police for me and help me with looking up things and sharing links, answering people's questions. And then there's the moderators that are just promoted to that because all they want to do is share links at their own leisure, but they don't want to police it. So you can be whichever one you want. So, but if people don't check in with me and they have moderator powers, I tend to take that away until they come back and check in with me, because we had a few instances where children got a hold of the cell phones of some of the moderators and started playing with the phone, and we had some really bizarre things, said by moderators, and it was children tapping on the autocorrect stuff, we also had one time I had to yank moderator powers when somebody got hacked, and the other time I had to yank moderator powers because somebody took their phone and put it in their back pocket and sat down on their couch, and their butt actually banned a bunch of people. So the spam bots, if they're pornographically related, you should not ignore them. You should hit the three dots and hit report for sexual pornography stuff. That will get YouTube to get rid of them really fast. The report button is better than the block button for sure. So that's a joke on the stream, is somebody butt banned people. It was John Stoker, the mod. And the reason the butt bannings happened pretty frequently was, unless you subscribe to YouTube, you can't turn off the screen to safely put it in your pocket of your cell phone. That used to be a thing you could do, but the feed stops playing. And in order to make it so that you could turn off your screen and put your phone in your pocket or your purse, you have to pay like $12 a month, I think it is, for YouTube Premium. It's just a ridiculous thing. But he didn't want to be premium, so he put his phone in the back pocket and forgot about it, sat down. So let's see here. John Brenner says RRU is the busiest and largest unit in CAL FIRE, approximately 110 fire stations. What is RRU? RRU. I should know this. I know what LNU and stuff is. RRU. Fire. Oh, Riverside, right? Yeah, Riverside County, that's right. Yeah, they do marvelous. So I'm very surprised that the Riverside feed is pretty quiet right now. But that's good news, friends. Quiet is good news. Luna Sparkles 1 said, I remember that. That's when I found your stream. Oh, really? Were you one of the first people, Lunar Sparkles? Have I ever been to Philo? What, Philoma? Philoma? I don't know about, or just regular Philo organ, if that is. If that is a question, no, I have not been to Philo. JB says, when the command center dispatch is made, each station dispatched tones. Okay, different pitches? Okay, maybe I'm starting to understand this. Bear with me, I'm sick. But if that irritating sound is that like 2 units responding? And if it's is that 3 units responding? Is it like that? Like 3 different? I don't know. JB says a 2-alarm fires routinely double the first alarm. Initial attack. Right. So we had this year one of the stranger things. Usually wildfires are called this or that alarm, like outside fires. Usually that's a structure fire thing. So like a major structure fire, like fire of the year, maybe even of 5 years, could be a 4 or 5 alarm fire, like Taylor Electric burning down in Portland, Oregon. But you get into like 6 alarm fires, and people talk about that for 50 years, like massive scrapyards, junkyards, mills. God, another tone in my ear. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I'm trying to understand tones. Okay. Now, I just really wish they were like bird chirps or something. I wish we could convert that from the 1970s squeals to, 8-bit squeals to maybe something like, bird song. It'd be a crow call for the first alarm and eagle for the second one or something. I'm just kidding, guys, but I hate these things. We had a 6-alarm vegetation fire earlier in the season, summer season. That was weird. But it started as a structure fire and spread, and I can't even remember which one it was. Lunar Sparkles 1 says, talk to you later. Will you come back and see us? Yeah, and I'm glad you're here. I like you too. I love all you guys. I wish I could give you all the coolness of Oregon right now. It's 65 degrees. You got to do another stuff. You got to do other stuff. Okay, well, come back and see us. And glad you're with us. And I do get I do ask for volunteers for moderation. We've got a good amount right now. But night shift is harder to fill, of course. So if you stick around long enough and make yourself a trustworthy person and all that, I sometimes will just promote new mods. And besides, it's to prevent burnout. Listening to the radio, it's just about a fall victim, so I'm not going to unmute that. Goodbye. Have a great day. Now these are the Mosquito Fire images. This is Placer County. Let's go back to Big Bear and take a look. That one's flaming up good. That's just, it's been so active. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse of Big Bear. This is the Radford fire. Now I want to go and look at what the current winds are down there for San Bernardino County. I'm gonna get on my app right now, which is called NOAA Weather. And that looks a little bit intense. Now, also, the Portland area is under fire weather watch. This is pretty rare, but Portland and mostly northwestern Oregon, southwest Washington has been 65 plus days without any rain. It's pretty unheard of. But in La Nina, it's not unheard of, and this is our 3rd year of La Nina. The gift that keeps on giving. But this is a mild one. Thank God it's mild. I mean, this really could be worse. We could be having 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now. We would have had towns erased by now by the Fairview and the Big Bear. As bad as this is and as horrible that we had fatalities, 2 fatalities, and people have been burned, the weather could be way worse right now. There's moisture coming down the pipe. Everybody's hoping for it from Baja California area. So that could even make flash flooding if we're not lucky. But that's what Southern California is. Not lucky with weather. It's earthquakes, fires, and floods. Earthquakes, fires, floods, and drought. That's what Southern California typically has to deal with. Okay, so I'm going to look up... I'm just going to look up Big Bear. Big Bear Lake, California. Oh, those tones in my ear hurt. There's an excessive heat warning currently in place in the area around Big Bear Lake, which is relevant to the Radford and the Fairview fires. This is our 3-hour time lapse, and I'm concerned about that. That's a lot of wind. Now, that is not flame height right there. I want to point out something. That's not all fire. Fire is down there. This is the fire's reflection on the clouds above it. This is reflected light. It always has an orangey, reddish, horrible glow, and these cameras are not very good. I am an aspiring videographer and a wannabe photographer, and I do know about camera tech. They are not good as far as the high dynamic range. So this is what we call a blown out highlight, because the camera has metered itself for the brightness of this. So anything brighter than that will look pure white, extremely bright yellow. Anything darker than that is going to look like pure black, like over here in the shadows. So today's modern cameras are a hell of a lot more advanced. These are oldies. This is not even 720p, but this is somewhere between 480 and 720. if they were more technologically advanced, we'd get a lot clearer viewpoint of what's going on, and people wouldn't be so freaking alarmed by this. Now, flame height here, this probably is fire. This is probably all that is actual flames looking up this high, because we can see the tops of trees. So that would be where trees are torching. I guess these are dead trees going up. So you can see that in the living trees, and I think they're living because they're not going up all the way to the top, see the fire beneath. So if you have a bunch of dead trees together, I'm interpreting this as a whole bunch of dead trees just going. That's called a group torching. That's when fire goes from the ground up to the top of the trees. So over here, we probably got a bunch of group torching. Got wind feeding too, but it's so the more intense that the torching is, the more of a bright light it is, and the less we could tell what's flame and what's hot smoke and reflected light off of smoke above. So I hope that helps people interpret what we're seeing a little bit better. It's still not good. That's still massively flared up. On a ridge top, that's where you get your wind. So, and there's a lot of wind, and so there's no smoke blanket tamping its activity. That's why I'm looking up the forecast. So the excessive heat watch for the Big Bear area remains in effect until 8 p.m. on Thursday. Dangerously hot conditions with temperatures up to 94, even up here in the mountains. We're talking elevation 6,962 feet. Okay, 94 degrees. Nuts. That is nuts. That's our heat wave. So this was updated an hour ago. Where? The San Bernardino County Mountains and Riverside County Mountains.
About 10 by 10 by 15 spawn. Homeless encampment, homeless campfire.
Of course it was. So that we just got finally confirmation on what the heck they're talking about with mop up and cleanup. That was a 10 by 10. Called it a spot fire. I guess the embers of a homeless encampment, probably their cook fire, got out of control and the embers blew off into vegetation somewhere, but it was only 10 by 10. And great. They just announced right before I muted it that it's under control. It's a done deal. Okay, back to my weather report for Big Bear. See, this is just a very recent time lapse. This is kind of flaring up. There's dangerously hot conditions. This is 7,000 feet almost. San Bernardino County Mountains and Riverside County Mountains. The impact's extreme heat will significantly increase the potential for heat-related illness, particularly those working or participating in outdoor activities, like our poor, brave firefighters. Drink plenty of fluids, stay in the air conditioning rooms, stay out of the sun, which our poor firefighters can't do, and take extra precautions when you work outside. So that's our fire, excuse me. I just lost the page. Go back to Big Bear. Big Bear. Bear. Lake, California forecast. Overnight, its current conditions right now is only 56 degrees, and look how crazy that's flaring up. It's got to be some wind here. It's got to be the extreme dryness of that vegetation. So it's mostly clear with a low of 57 tonight, so they are currently at the low. The southeast wind is blowing around 10 miles an hour, which means that's constant. So southeast wind, mind you, that's at the surface, blowing around 10 miles an hour. So that means southeast wind would be pushing the fire to the northwest, if that's what we're looking at. We can clearly see the wind direction here. So what I want to do, look on the map. So south wind should be blowing it to the northwest, but this is looking south. Ah, from the north. So that is not what's happening. Looking south, fire's going to the south, going towards the southeast against what was supposed to be the wind direction. That means that at different elevations, the wind is going different directions. On that ridge top, that wind is pushing the fire to the south, the east, east by southeast. Let's look at CalTopo and see what the satellites have to say about it too. If they be weird. Let's see. This is showing a southeast wind too. So, as I'm discombobulated, I understand what's happening here. Let's go with Go-17 satellite. Yeah, the north side of the fire is active. Most active, I should say. As far as new flare-ups and heat detections detectable from space. And that was approximately 4 minutes ago that the satellite passed over. Dang. This is all very confusing. Bear with me, I'm really ill. I'm trying to wrap my head. So, if this camera is indeed, it's looking south. So, south, north, wait, I'm listening to radio. Hang on. Okay, it's not related to the fire. Okay. West. Oh, sorry guys. God, this is west. See, fevers are bad. It's wind's blowing it west. South, south by southwest. So that could be because this is the nature of the terrain. It's in like a little bowl, and the wind's coming up. General prevailing is supposed to be like so. Southeast wind goes to northwest. You can see though, the fire on this ridge is traveling to the southwest direction. That way. So, what could be occurring is the winds are entering this and swirling around like that, because that's a bowl. It can bounce off this ridge, and other winds could be pushing in from different directions, so you could have a swirl effect. It's pretty interesting what's going on. Now, if we get cameras views from a different location and we see the smoke direction, maybe this will orient us a bit better. A little spatially disoriented, that's what I would call that. JB says, thanks for the mod offer, but I'm not on that much. Yeah, you got it, JB. Whatever you want. You're still a super supporter, so. I have given the mods strict orders to never give you crap about caps locks or, well, anything. Because you're one of the best people we have. You're really making a difference because you've educated me and so many people through me, and just in general. You deserve an award, man. I really hope I can go buy you a dinner one day. When I pass through the Shasta area, I was like, damn, I'd like to have lunch with JB, but I was really a hurting unit, and I had to get back because of my toothache. But soon, I plan to go back down to California if I can, somewhere like October or maybe late September. Go and meet the people that I said I was going to meet, and go back and film more things for the Caldor Fire. and the little ones too. The forgotten fires like the Cascade. What's going on in Yuba County right now. So I don't think I'll make it all the way down to Yosemite this year, but it's a possibility. Possibility. Just fainter. So JB says the tones are multiple and different for each resource. I see. And they open the station quick call alert or wake the firefighters up at night. Oh man, I'd hate to wake up to that sound. Oh, that is like the world's worst alarm clock. We're all spoiled these days. We have those gentle alarm clocks. I have like my favorite song show up, like who are you? You know, that kind of thing gently wakes me up at like lowest volume, and gradually over 6 minutes it'll increase volume, and usually I'm awake by the time it goes whip bow down whip bow, you know, with the Who. But if I had to wake up to that crap, especially when I was like getting a nice sound sleep, I don't know, I would just have a facial tic after a time. That's pretty harsh for firefighters. Okay, back to trying to figure out what the wind is. So this is a 15-minute time lapse. It's a camera northeast looking to the southwest. So look at the Big Bear fire here. So it's easier for me to wrap my head around one just facing north and southwest. But it's going away from the camera. Sorry, I gotta draw it out here. So if camera's facing this direction, facing the southwest, so we do this, we put southwest at the top. And it's a bit primitive. That's southwest. Have to do this for the actual cardinal direction, right? So okay, I'm really confusing myself. JB says computers could be delayed. Oh, okay. So southwest. Just as that one. Southwest. Here. So as we're gonna do this, sorry, I'm listening to radio. It's really distracting me that you guys can't hear. I've muted it for you guys. I will unmute it if it's relevant. But it's mostly like there's a fall victim, there's somebody needing a lift assist, something has a heart attack, or something unrelated, or not broadcast. So west. Okay. I want to go back and do the multicam because it's pretty boring for you guys to be looking at that. I want to do a 6 hour. This has got to be terrifying to see this out your window. This is a 6 hour time lapse. The fire at Big Bear. So a lot of people can see this stuff. Okay, somebody had a cancel response. I'm still listening to the radio. Port. There goes the moon. And mountain living has got its hazards. It does. Okay. Well, we should look at the other fires too. Check out the Mosquito again. Keep eyes on that. Now this would be nice. Look, if the smoke settles in the Grass Valley area, that would be good. The fire would be tamped down. Its activity. So you can see a little bit of the smoke kind of not drifting very far. That wind settles down, that'll be great. Oh, that's disorienting. Both of the radios, you can't hear this. Just start talking over each other. Okay, I did shut them up. Okay. Computers can be enjoyed. Thanks. Enjoy your work. Yeah. You got it, JB. I think you may be a little delayed in your stream. So you're saying stuff long after I've said it. You may have a delay. So when people respond to stuff I said a long time ago, hit the live button by volume control, because that means that they're not live. Because you can rewind the stream a bit, but if you forget to hit the live button or if it got out of sync, there was this one famous incident where I misidentified an aircraft. I thought a Hercules was a Mars for a second. Just innocent mistake. And so for the next 2 hours, I had people correcting me, and I had already corrected myself immediately. So it was people who were 2 hours behind on the stream. They rewound the stream to see something amazing, which was, water drops and stuff. And then they didn't put it back to live. So you'll be behind the times, unless, make sure every once in a while that it says live. So it may not be the case with JB, but just in case. So that's the main fires that we are monitoring right now are the Mosquito, Placer County in Northern California, fire at Big Bear. It's kind of burning against the prevailing wind direction, but the winds at 7,000 feet can be totally different than ground level. So I think off that ridge top, it's probably bouncing around off the lake and pushing the fire in a direction that we wouldn't expect based on what the winds are ground level. We saw a lot of that during the Caldor. And it fueled some conspiracy theories, but I had to just show terrain. You show terrain, wind was usually from the south during the Caldor, but the fire kept pushing to the west and to the east. And I had to explain to people what happens typically with California's mountains. The canyons are a wind tunnel, so even though winds might be coming out of the south, they'll fall down into the river canyons, which go east and west. And then that's like a funneled wind tunnel. So the fire was pushed west towards Placerville and Sly Park because there were different forks of the Cosumnes River. And then it was doing that during the day, during the night, because hot air rises. So it's typical that the valley winds, the valley heat will push wind up into the mountains. Well, it loses steam at night and cold air settles, so it'll reverse direction. And the cold air will push the wind to the valley. So by day it goes uphill, by night it goes downhill. Really simple physics. But people were all in a conspiracy saying the fire's going against the wind. Well, any pilot will tell you the wind direction is different at different levels. So you even see that if you go to the Windy app, there's a slider for surface winds, and that's what surface winds are doing right now. This is live, like San Bernardino area. But if we go up to higher levels, see they're going a different direction. So that, though, is 3,000 meters. So this is more like info for pilots. So 7,000 feet is how many meters? I don't know math. So 7,000 feet is what in 2,100 meters. Okay, so if we were to put the slider to 2,100 meters, see the winds are doing something different at San Bernardino. At the elevation of Big Bear Lake. So it flips over into daytime. We also have a canyon. See a canyon right here? Those are wind tunnels. So deeper in the canyon, what could be happening is we have a different wind direction. down in the canyon. It can go up things like this. As the wind gets funneled and pushed through, they'll either go this way or that way, either this way or that way. And you got something like this at this summit where, it makes for good skiing, but it's like a ramp for the wind to go up on there. Wind can get up here and twirl around and find an exit that way. This is a really kind of terrain that makes it extremely hard to predict what wind's doing at different elevations. You always have winds funneled down ravines. They're the strongest in ravines, canyons, and the strongest on ridge tops, mountain tops. 41 South says, Catherine, hello, it's Chris from Tasmania. Hey, welcome back. How are you? Hope you can remember me. I donated to you last year. Thank you so much for that. Yes, I do. And welcome back. Jerry says somebody has some serious book learning. I don't know if that's an insult or not. DRG and W says fire always looks worse at night. It does. It does on the cams because infrared is heat. And at night, fires are reflecting their own light off their own smoke. But that's still pretty dang intense. It's somewhat rare for the light coming off of a fire to trick the cameras into thinking it's daytime and flipping them into daytime mode. For the light and variable winds that are supposed to be affecting the area, that's pretty cooking. Speaks to the dryness of the vegetation. Probably there's got to be dead trees up there too. So yeah, thank you so much for all of you who have supported me. I wanted to do this tone in my ear. Excuse me, guys. When it's loud, it frightens me. I wanted to do this super thank you, but as soon as I got ready to do that, I've had everything from family crisis to new wildfire crisis. So during Christmas, I was sick as a dog and had to spend an entire month snowed in California. I was hoping it could be like a Christmas stream. And then we had fires break out in Christmas too. So I came back and was absolutely super ill, back-to-back food poisoned by the Lucky Charms thing and the Jif peanut butter, both outbreaks. I had both products at home. So I lost a huge amount of body weight over wintertime and started getting myself back together in spring, only to have just back-to-back problems. So things in spring, the construction work on my place and the condemned deck and the siding replacement that got botched and all that meant I couldn't stream. So then summer hit and then boom, we're plunged into wildfire season. Then I wanted to do a 2-week tour of the mountains of California and go back, and that ended up being a month and a half of getting stuck in California again because the electrifier canceled all my plans. So here we are. I still haven't done the big thank you stream for all the donators, but it's coming. It's coming. You appreciate all of you and love you and try to push that out as much as I can, but I get an incredible amount of mail to try to keep up with, and it's not neglect, but I try my best. But the reason I have all this time to devote to fire stream is I don't have good health. So I can't just go get a day job, So I do, computer repair at home and such. I've got, it's like a compromised immune system light. So it's not like I'm going to get killed, but I get every little thing that comes along. It's really odd, but the way my immune system works is I'm actually more likely to survive a jungle fever like Ebola or COVID or something, or like a hemorrhagic fever or like a high fever disease. Because I don't have enough chemokines and cytokines to create a cytokine storm, which is what COVID's deadly reaction is for the worst cases. So I sailed through COVID just fine. But I get every little cold and flu and food poisoning that comes my way really frequently. I've got to not leave the house too much, otherwise I'm just guaranteed to get sick. So there's a double-edged sword to that. I've got a lot of free time if I'm not incapacitated. Eat pizza? Yeah, absolutely. JB says you're right. I was 7 minutes behind. The red flag warnings just issued by the National Weather Service for the north end of the state. And eat pizza. Yes. Most pizza has an onion ingredient, which is so sad. But I plan to make my own pizzas. I do have a mysterious stomach ailment, which began after I was food poisoned in Europe. And I've never been the same since. I also had the first big deadly outbreak with the lettuce of E. coli back in the 2008 or so, whenever that was. I was not hospitalized, but nearly so. That did no good for my stomach. So it's in fragile condition. I had to have my gallbladder and all this medical crap, So I'm perpetually underweight. And if I ever get affected by a flu where I can't eat, I'm basically suffering malnutrition. Like you can see my ribs and it's not cool. Like I didn't want to be behind the webcam. It didn't look good. It looked pretty ghastly. So I try to maintain a good body weight and stuff, but it's hard. So, but I really hope that one day there could be a cure for the condition I got. Some of them, at least. And multiple stomach surgeries, abdominal surgeries, left scar tissue on the area too. So I can never really. It's pretty hard for me to tell what the hell's going on. 41 South says, Catherine, may I please restream this on my YouTube channel? I have many people from over there that way on my channel, please. What is your channel? Is it Tasmanian type audience? What's the nature of your channel like? So it's always okay for snippets and stuff. The thing is, we survive by viewers, so I only get people discovering my channel through sometimes having a quote trending channel and having hang on a second, I'm listening. Okay, that radio call is not to do with the wildfire. I'm still listening to that even though it's muted for what I'm saying is though, what's the nature of your channel like? What's it about? And how long do you want to restream it? Because what would be really cool is if your viewers could open up a second tab and like hit the like button or something. Like that would be cool. Because what the problem is with the algorithm is people can be searching for this fire info and not find me because the algorithm is programmed to promote the videos of the trending. So and those who are already popular. So for example, if you have 1 million subscribers, YouTube algorithm puts things that are already popular at the very top of what people search for. So all of the regular corporate news is there at the top, and our channel, which is actually covering things live, is on like page 5 or 6. Nobody ever sees, even though it's more relevant than it's up to date and it's newer info. So what can help is if people, hey, good night, JB. Thanks for being here. And I hope to see you next time, and I hope to be streaming, not in the middle of the night, but when I'm awake with being sick here. Thank you so much for your guidance and answering people's questions. You are an awesome dude. So you win the Catherine Award. So thank you so much for being here. So let me do this. You get the award. Till the day comes, I can hand out real ones. Oh, it's called the trophy, actually. The trophy emote. There you go. Thank you. So that man has taught me a lot about fire, guys. He's really wise. Well, it's okay for a bit. You live stream in my ships, but if you don't want to be able... Is it about ships? Yeah, you can go ahead. But what I mean is, like, I wasn't sure if you were asking me to, like, do that long term, like 7 hours at a time or something. if the viewership is split between 2 live streams, both of them are probably not going to get ranked high. That's my only concern. So you can go ahead and do snippets. That's always fair use too. This is not about making money, but if you can you remember me? I don't know. Right now I have a fever, mate. Let me go to your channel real quick to jog my memory. I have slept for 15 hours because for the last 4 days I have not been able to keep anything down. I basically have 30% of my memory and intelligence capacity right now. That's why I prefaced this. But let me go to your channel. See if I can get a jog. Boy, what's that? Okay, cool. Okay. Are you live right now? Yeah, you are. Okay. So, okay, good. Oh yeah, 41 degrees south, and the tugboat. I think so. I think so. Yeah, Tasmania. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, the port. The port. Oh, yeah, mate. Go ahead. Okay. Sorry, I'm not with it. Like, I am barely functional. Yeah, Chris from Tasmania. Did you have a name that was different? Like, was your name Chris or something at the time? Ryan C says, "What's the update on the Radford fire?" Okay, I have not been actively following that one. Take a look on Watch Duty. Yeah, well, this is open question and answer time because we're listening to 2 different fire radios right now, which are just not active at all. So the Radford hasn't been getting a whole lot of press. Let's go back up to Watch Duty. I should go ahead and read more updates from Watch Duty. So, where is that one? She was also Redford was Rogers. That's hey there. It's been red. Oh, that's Red Fire. Tower Fire. Wait a second. Is that Oregon? Is the Redford Oregon? Starting to get these confused. What? And that Watch Duty's not going to cover Oregon. The one at Big Bear. I don't know about the ski resort's status. Oh, Radford. Okay, there was a Redford. R-E-D, Redford. Radford. Okay, sorry, friend. When you said Redford, there was a recent one that was in the California mountains. That very similar name. So I went looking for that. Radford, the latest, mapped at 977 acres. That was it's half past midnight. There just hasn't been any official word since then. Now we've been listening for an hour or 2 to the chatter, and no news is good news with it. Oh, no worries, no worries. It's okay. These are not named very well. We already went on a rant about that. They're very confusing. So what I'm a little bit concerned about is, boy, is it cooking up on the ridge top. Now it doesn't seem to be spreading, but it, like where it's burning is intense. And it's going spreading to the northeast, which is weird. With the southeast winds having it spread and drift towards the northeast, as far as what we can tell with directions on the cams, is a bit on the odd side, which means that the winds at the ridge top is different than the prevailing wind. 2% containment was reported sometime. I think we have a 5% at most, which is meaningless to me. I'm listening to the radio. That's more dispatch calls that are unrelated. The map based of their data can be viewed here. Let's see what it is. They were running their snow machines like crazy. So this is the footprint as of the midnight map. I hope this is helpful. So we don't seem to have any impact to the Bear Mountain ski resort. But the Snow Summit area is a different story. That's in critical danger. So the fact that some of the smoke and such was drifting to the northeast, I'm not really sure what we're seeing about that. Southeast wind should be blowing it to the northwest, but I saw it clearly going to the northeast. So they're in danger. So yeah, you're very welcome. It's hard to access. Here's the good news. There may be some moisture coming in. So let me go look. What I was just reading a while ago before some interruptions was the weather forecast. So for tomorrow, it's going to be a high of 84. Southeast wind 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20 miles an hour. Now, it's not great. It's not terrible. And now 35 mile an hour wind gusts, I'd be quite concerned. But if they're just limited to 20, hopefully. Wednesday, mostly clear with a low of 55. Southeast winds 5 miles an hour. Thursday, a chance of showers. September 8th, a chance of showers, but thunderstorms too, afternoon. High of 82. Forecast for Thursday. Sunny with a high, near 82. East wind 5 to 15 miles an hour. That's not good. Gust as high as 20. Chance of precipitation, though, is only 30%. At least it would be more moisture, but my God, if there's thunderstorms, it could be lightning. So there's more of that monsoonal crap coming in from Baja California. Now, a couple of storms ran by Tahoe today and dumped some lightning, and I don't know if there was any rain at all, but it may have been what made the Mosquito Fire about as bad as it was. And then Friday, slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after high of 81, partly sunny, it's going to be breezy, chance of precipitation 20% though. Friday night, different story, a chance of showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, low around 55, chance of precipitation goes up to 50%. Saturday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm. Some of the storms could produce heavy rains. Mostly cloudy, a high near 64. So Saturday is our savior day. Not maybe Friday night, but Saturday. Wow, we just gotta pray that heavy rainfall comes. So Saturday night, chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before midnight. Mostly cloudy and low around 51. That's about as far into the future as anything's gonna be accurate. So I mean, they're talking about Sunday and stuff, which also has a chance of showers and thunderstorms. This, mind you, is at 7,000 feet. Hopefully it's not dry lightning. Oh man. So this is the alternate view. So Snow Summit is what might be impacted there. The Angels Camp Road, Vine Avenue, south of Lassen Drive. That's interesting names for their roads here. So no news is good news on the radio. So they're doing their thing. 7 in the morning, there's going to be a incident management team that takes over for the Fairview, and probably the same thing will happen for Radford. I haven't. Let's go back to InstaWeb. An incident management team, yeah, for the Radford. The Radford fire was reported at 1:30 in the afternoon, September 5th, by a Forest Service helicopter while doing lightning recon. Fire is located north of Highway 30 in the Barton Flats area. Really wouldn't surprise me. The full response of engines and aircraft responded. Fire is currently estimated to be 917 acres with 2% containment. Hang on, I'm listening to the radio. Okay, it's just regular dispatch stuff. Hang on. Medic call. Okay, alright, so back to what I was saying. Radford Fire was reported at 1:30 in the afternoon on September 5th by a Forest Service helicopter. While doing lightning recon, it's located north of Highway 38 to Barton Flats. Full responsive engines. Hang on, I'm listening to radio again. Just talking right over. A bunch of units are saying, "Was that me? Was that me?" And the dispatch lady is saying, "No, no." But so and so, you have a call. There's a bunch of medical and fire units there. What's this for? Okay. Excuse me. Oh, weird. We are aware of issues with our phone line, which is 909-383-5688, where callers are being prompted to enter a PIN number, which is occurring when all call takers are actively on the phone. What? Please continue to call back to talk to a live person. Well, this is why we do what we do. Wow. So, oh my gosh, 41 South, thank you for your kind donation. I feel so terrible that I lost track of you, but I really am. My fever just broke and I haven't really had much to eat in 5 or 6 days. Right now I'm having trouble remembering my cousin's names right now. I feel really bad, so thank you so much for being such a kind supporter. And if you had a different name at the time, that would explain it, but if not, whoops, my bad. I met a couple thousand people last year. Keeping track has been a bit of a difficulty. So go ahead, stream all you want, babe. Glad to have you with us, and hello to you, 41 South viewers. How you doing? All right, back to Radford Fire at Big Bear. So this is illustrates some of the problems that we got. Oh, hey, Ellen T, welcome. I can't late to the party if you're on to sleep. Oh, you know, a lot of people are having trouble sleeping now. It's just god awful weather in California. It was 116 degrees or something in Sacramento today, not yesterday. And then the Bay Area had power outages. Other people had power outages when it was 106. And I feel for you. I've had a lot of trouble sleeping too. Lots of wildfire smoke down Columbia to the area where I'm at in Oregon. So there's a lot of people having a rough time sleeping. My fever broke, and I'm hoping that I'll pull out of this killer flu. This has been serious. I was so confused that yesterday I thought it was Wednesday. It is now Wednesday. But I already thought it was Wednesday. I couldn't even keep days straight. That's why I didn't go live. So that level of confusion. Where I'd look at my phone, think it was Tuesday, look at my phone, think it was Wednesday. Because it was after midnight. Like, I knew I wasn't going to do a competent job, even if I could sit upright, which I struggled to do as well. So I still do have an active ear infection, even if the flu's going away. But my God, something bad is on the West Coast, where people are just knocked down. I feel like I got mobbed. So let's go back to reading about the Radford Fire on his web. So evacuations at 5:30 p.m. San Bernardino County Sheriff added an evacuation warning for additional areas from Clubview to Angels Camp, from Vine to Lassen, and Summit Boulevard to McAllister Road to Highway 18 between Fox Farm and Evergreen. Interactive map of the closure orders is here for detailed info. And that stupid map, even though the next door there's a fire called the Fairview, they're different counties, so they're not on the same map. Of course. 4 p.m. San Bernardino County Sheriff's added an evacuation area south of Evergreen / south of Moon Ridge between Summit Boulevard and Clubview Drive. Please view the interactive map for detailed information. At 11 o'clock, San Bernardino issued an evacuation area from Knickerbocker Road west to Castle Rock, from Pine Knot Road south to 2N10, which sounds like a forest road, Evacuation orders remain in effect from the areas between Glass Road and the South Fork River Road along Highway 38. To receive evacuation notices on your cell phone, please visit San Bernardino County Fire telephone notification system. Whoopsie. I meant to open that in a new tab. It's a new video. This is another thing that drives me nuts. Some counties have code red. Some of them have 10s, whatever this is. And some have different systems for notifying people by cell phone. And all of them require people to sign up. Oh my God, if our cell phones all come with Amazon loaded and YouTube, why don't they come with the entire statewide emergency app? Better yet, one emergency app for the country. I don't know. But thanks for being here, Alan. And I hope you can go back to sleep. If not, then welcome to the party. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the chat. Alrighty. So, okay. Let's go back to reading on the interweb. So, thank you so much, Alan. I forget. You know what I totally forgot to do is share the fact that I'm live on Twitter again. You guys have to babysit me, I swear. But my memory ain't so good right now. Okay. The evacuation orders remain in effect between Glass Road and South Fork River Road along Highway 38. Evacuation centers. American Red Cross will be opening one at Big Bear High School. 351 Maple Lane, Big Bear, California. Center will open at 1:30. Assistance with animal evacs. Contact San Bernardino County Animal Care and Control at 800-472-5609. In between that fire and the one with the Fairview, there's been chaos with the phone system. On Twitter, everybody was like, "Hey, I just called for the evacuation, the big animals line, and place to take animals." It went in a phone loop. Yeah, the line said, the people on the line said you have to call something else. That line said to call something else, and that line said to call the first line. So it was a big circle. It was a huge circle. And hopefully they'll get that under control. So we're also monitoring the Mosquito Fire is up in Placer County. Look back at that. Highway 38 is closed from the valley of the Falls Drive east to Lake Williams. Residents of the mountain like Angeles, Oaks, etc. will be allowed through closure with proof of residence. There's aviation drone restrictions, of course. A temporary flight restriction over the area. If you fly weekend, and by the way, you'll get serious super fine. And perhaps stoned by a mob, too, if you're caught doing that. Smoke. The Southern California Air Quality Management District has issued smoke advisories for fires in Riverside and San Bernardino National Forest. Please visit the Air Quality Advisory page. And you know what? Oddly, I've come to love it. There's this good website. Like, you have to go to the right location. The Microsoft Start weather site. How do I get back to it? Has been amazing for tracking wildfire info. I mean, that's not the one. Didn't look like this exactly. It wasn't an app. Wildfire. Yeah, this thing. This is my new tool. This is the bee's knees here. And it shows air quality heat maps and stuff. Oh man, Boise's, holy crap, Idaho. Good. Now the air quality maps is where the wind blew the smoke. It doesn't mean that that's exactly where the fires are. But this is air quality stuff. Or, is this current? It's not that bad down there in LA, which is odd. Except Oh wait, no, never mind. That was yesterday, Tuesday morning. Yeah, this is a player. Sorry. It is now bad. So this goes until current. Okay, so there's a big bubble of poor air quality between Victorville and Valley, but it seemed this is a loop, right? Okay, so current. Stay where you are, sir. It's currently the worst spot of air to breathe in east of Victorville. Air quality index of 144. But you can go and click things like dew point, pressure, ability, humidity, which is so important for tracking what not so good in the area. Zoom, Palm Springs, Temecula, Hemet, 40% humidity. Okay, that was a radio call just about medics going back to courts. So, why is this? Oh yeah, 5 a.m. It's almost 5 a.m., guys. 2 minutes to 5. Thanks for being here with me on the night shift, and I hope my voice is lulling everybody to sleep who wants to go to sleep. I try to actually change my voice so it's all lulling and soft and soothing at night. Because I had good feedback about that. At first I was kind of down and, oh man, what do you mean my voice is good to fall asleep to? But then when people said it was soothing, okay, I'll take it. Whatever people want. Okay, so go back, look at something. 41 South's not broadcasting. He's doing his own stream. Let me go into his channel and say, yo mate, you are clear to broadcast. Apology. Being sick is not. Okay, so I just went to his channel and said he could rebroadcast mine. We'll see what happens. Okay, he's watching TikTok, and oh man, we can't let that happen. Can't. Okay, friends don't let friends. It's TikTok. That's for kids. Just kidding. All right, so yeah, Strange Revan's laughing at my voice comment, but I hate my voice. I mean, the first thing I wanted to do when I wanted to be a director or documentary filmmaker was hire a good, authoritative person with a nice voice, not me. I never wanted to narrate my own stuff. It's my weakness. I was better as a silent film actress because I don't have any projection, enunciation, got a slight southern drawl, don't particularly speak clearly. Ah well. But if it's soothing, it's soothing. I'll take that. Okay. Go look at this is a current view of the Mosquito Fire. It's quite active too, but we got a little bit more of the smoke settling in up there at Placer County than we do. It's really being blown away from south. So while that makes for clearer air in the places where most people live, this is the Fairview Fire right here. You're live. While that makes for a better air quality, it's a single cam view. We could have a lot of activity, a lot of it, and even before noon. Usually your best chance when a wildfire breaks out, get your good control lines in, and get a good handle on it before noon the next day. Because it'll go a little bit less active at night, typically. So it buys you some time to get your people in there, and then work furiously through the night. If you can get really good control lines in the direction that it's heading by noon the next day, then you got a good chance of forward progress stopped. But by noon, that's usually when the winds pick up for afternoons and when heat comes into play and makes the fire worse and the humidity drops off, you get much more intense activity. So by noon the next day, guys, everything hinges on now the response and what they can do right now for all these fires. Everything going on in Oregon, everything going on in California too. It's just a general rule that we learned. 1933's Tillamook Burn Fire. So the wildfires are bad now, but a glimmer of hope is on the horizon. As soon as we get more firefighting aircraft, because aircraft turn the tide, that can fly at night and see through smoke, and when it becomes safe for pilots or when they're remotely operated, that's even better. Have more of these things on the landscape, firefighting will become trivial for all but the very worst. Fires won't have a chance. If you can slam them all night the first night, usually that's all you would need. Get your retardant ropes around it, and then start hitting all the spot fires with bucket drops of water. And once the aircraft have put in retardant lines, then the ground crews can get closer and go direct in all but the windiest scenario. So we are just at the cusp, like we are at the plateau of wildfire danger right now. We're at that dangerous point where we're still using yesteryear's technology, but we're in the new climate change. And we're firmly in it. It's already changed, is what I'm trying to tell people. It's not changing, it changed. There. It's happened. Preventing climate change is something I scratch my head at. It happened, guys. Wake up. Anyway, we have to adapt to overcome. So there's a curve of difficulty where in the past wildfire fighting difficulty was high. We didn't have any airplanes. We're talking turn of the century, right? And we got things like airplanes and smoke jumpers and parachute stuff. So wildfire fighting during the 20th century became much more trivial. We had things like cameras on the landscape. We had the invention of the internet and better communications, better radios, and all that. But then you get the massive problem during the 20th century. We were suppressing almost all fires and not realizing that the fire load that built up on the landscape, the dead sticks, limbs, twigs, all that was causing a problem. Instead of wildfire burning off some of those things and doing control burns like the Indians used to do regularly and routinely, we were letting fuel build up on the landscape, and all the trees grew too close together. We had a stupid policy of clear cutting only. Instead of forest thinning, we had clear cutting only. So you had patches of destroyed forest and patches of overgrown forest. Hallmark of stupidity, but that's capitalism for you. Clear cutting is most profitable, right? When capitalism isn't regulated, we have environmental disaster. So all of that, even though wildfire fighting was easy mode due to our new technology, as every year that ticked by, we had more crap built up on the landscape. And so now, with climate change too, we're going back to difficulty mode. But we're here at the most difficult point. We have underfunding. We have screwed up landscapes. We introduced and let gardeners and stuff sell invasive weeds ever since California became populated, since 1850. Invasive weeds took over the landscape. So most of California's grasses today are invasive and fire promoting and burn hotter and flashier than ever before. The native grasses are almost extinct. I mean, we did a lot of environmental screw up. Not just forest mismanagement, but everything else too. We have tons of problems. So now, though, we are at the peak of our problems, peak of difficulty. We're starting to learn the hard lessons. Thin the forest, reintroduce very slowly and very carefully the Indian method of, burning off the pine needles and sticks, which is not wildfire but controlled fire. Control burns back on the landscape. We got to do forest thinning and leave clear cut in the past where it belongs. We need to manage forests for optimal environmental health, not just profit. The debate between the profit versus environmental protection needs to end, and it needs to be a new era of forest management for the forest's own good. That's going to benefit everyone. I mean, people can stop fighting at that point. Forest thinning and grooming the landscape, removal of invasive fire promoting, and very smart common sense, such as building permanent fire lines instead of the stupidity policy that we have of reacting. You know, you don't build the city walls around the city when the Huns are on the horizon. You build them before the Huns are coming. It's too late to build the city walls at that point. It's too late to build fire lines after a fire has begun. You need to build them before it. It's pretty easy now with AI technology to identify the way fire will behave in a landscape in general and anticipate the way it'll happen and go build lines before they're necessary and just man the city walls when the wildfire breaks out. Put a series of water tanks of water instead of water trucks driving around. There should be ready-made, valves to pull and push, and pipelines going up hills, and ridge lines to defend. Anyway, hey Morris says hi, Catherine. How's my fire queen? Hey, how are you, Morris? Good to see you. Oh, 41 South says Catherine Cole. Thanks very much. I'm glad you remember me. I really hope to see you soon. Cheers, Chris. Yep. Cheers, mate. Sorry, mate. And I hope to come into your stream sometime. I'm gonna sub you. Totally, mate. Maybe I'll crash your party too and bring my viewers in. So make sure I'm subscribed. Cool. Awesome. Cheers, mate. Okay, so back to what I was talking about. Here's the hopeful point. We are back. It's a bed that we made, a bed of our own making of fire problems. However, technology is about to turn the tide. Learning lessons is about to turn the tide. What we did in the 20th century did not work. It was mostly a failure. But we can learn from the 20th century. Listen to the Indians again. They would be the first person I would interview. So, how did you protect California's old growth forests for about 14,000 years in a row? Tell us about your tradition. We have the fact that the sequoias that date to the Bronze Age are still in the landscape, sometimes growing in almost concentric circles. That's the Indians taking care of their sacred groves. It's not an accident. It's not, old growth forests don't burn until climate change. No. Of course old growth forests can burn. They're more fire resistant and resilient, but it takes tender touch of humans as caretakers doing right by the forest. Such as the Indians would on really moist days, light the pine needles on the ground on fire to replenish the land and burn off the little seedlings and brush, keep it low, get the fire load down, and that had the beneficial effect of also fertilizing with. They kept doing that for thousands of years. Maybe more than 10,000. Pretty sure more than 10,000. They took care of their environment because they depended on it. We need to see the environment as something we depend on too, and quit calling it the environment, but our environment, because that's the truth. And start realizing we depend on it. We have to take care of it. We don't. We saw what happened. So, new technology and new wisdom means it's all downhill from here. We will enter easy mode again, as long as pushed for it. We are right here currently in hard mode, the peak of difficulty. Because for a century we screwed stuff up, maybe even a century and a half. We only replanted the trees that were valuable instead of the ones that resist fire. The most profitable trees are the firs and the pines. They bleed sap and they promote fire. They're like weeds. They don't need our help growing back, really. The trees that need our help growing back are the native fire-resistant trees. The natural environment of the majority of California is an oak savanna. Grass for the deer and the game, the elk and such, and oak trees. It's the majority of California's habitation, at least in the low elevations in the foothills. In the mountains, it used to be more redwoody. It used to be more cedars, redwoods. They grow slow. They're fire-resistant trees. And those are what we need to replant. There need to be more cedars back in the landscape, sequoias, more redwoods, the fire-resistant ones, more oaks. And we need to get rid of entirely the eucalyptus and the invasive ones. We need to get rid of entirely the fire-proof weeds like Scotch broom and blackberry vines. We're not going to experience change until we do that. We have to undo the damage. But and thank you so much, Alan T, for being on top of the links there. The well, I still can't get over how this looks. I mean, imagine just looking out your window and seeing live. Camera just zoomed, but that little zoom out right there lets you know that's so very active. Dang. Sorry, I even lost my train of thought there. And here's a different one. I want to do a Keller Peak. Do 1 hour time here. I should probably go and talk about some of the Oregon fires. I'm not sure that anybody in Oregon's listening needs to know about the Cedar Creek, or anybody does want to know, please let me know in the chat. But we got 59 viewers. Well, jumped to 63. As Oregon people trickle in, I'll go ahead and talk about those things. It's sparsely populated, but it's a big deal. I think most people are still worried about the Rum Creek fire. Just the Keller Peak cam looking at. Now here might be a way that we can. Okay, it's looking due east. If it's still looking due east, that means, see, it's rotating. See that in the time lapse? If that's east, this is north. That means the fire is burning off towards peaks towards the north and northeast against the wind, or at least not the way the prevailing wind's blowing. The wind's blowing from the southeast to the northwest, but the fire's going to the northeast on the ridgetops, which means the winds could be swirling around up there. How are you doing, Morris? By the way, long time no see, and it's good to see you. You're in Texas. You moved here on July 5th. Where did you live before? It says, what's to learn? Just stop being denial. In denial? Yeah. There you go. So, Morris is one of my first supporters. He found me Labor Day weekend, I think, in 2020. Very few people did. Alan T says, at least it's dry heat in Texas. I don't know, they get hurricanes and stuff and tropical storms. Sometimes, but you've never seen a storm until you've been to Texas. I've never been terrified in an airplane so much as flying into Dallas-Fort Worth. Oh, there's annoying tones in my ear. Sorry, guys. I'm listening to the radio. It's muted for you, so you don't. But, it's a dry heat in California, guys. It's not a dry heat in the Pacific Northwest. When it's hot up here, it's god-awful. Like being in Georgia or something. Assuming the camera was facing that way, it's more confirmation to me that the Big Bear Lake fire is trying to move to the north. So you should go back and check CalTopo here. Satellite looking like more like a south wind as far as CalTopo is showing. And you know what? It is consistent with what we're seeing, at least right here. The wind's kind of curving over to the north by northeast. So we have most active fire in the northeast flank. So you see wind direction all over the place as it runs into mountains and bumps over them. It's funneled by them to canyons and stuff. So Big Bear City, I don't know, yikes. It's threatened for sure. Mind you guys, it doesn't mean the fire's on its doorstep. I have to remind you time to time. This is the margin of error. Somewhere And that can be a mile or two radius. Somewhere it could be here, 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 here. Sorry, this is so hard to see with the color scheme. Maybe I should switch to black. This is the margin of error for the satellite's detection. Now, the satellites pass over fast and frequent, so their margin of error is worse than MODIS and VIIRS. This is the GOES 17 satellite system. Perpetually kind of, they rotate around California. You usually update a fire every 15 minutes or so. So this one was updated 4 minutes ago. And a red detection means within the last 15 minutes of, yeah, so this means it's within 20 minutes. But somewhere in here, it could be anywhere, like an acre or two, hot enough to trigger the satellite. You were in Medford in Sam's Valley. Wow, you moved all the way to Texas. Goodness. I just went past Medford. So, it's, I got traumatized. I drove past, I don't remember if it was Talent or Phoenix, but both those two periphery towns by Medford, we watched them burn down live, the downtowns. As the fire approached Medford from the south on I-5, that was terrifying. Medford has got problems. I mean, the 2020 fires almost took it out. You were on the old reservation? Whoa. You have Indian blood, or? I don't know if I do. That would be cool to find out. I always want to take an ancestry test or something, but you know, my cousin, my aunt-in-law, who's a quarter Cherokee, was told on her Ancestry.com test that she didn't have any Indian blood. She's got the papers, the family tree to prove it, and photos of her ancestors and stuff. I found out that those are more for entertainment only. There's a lot of scandals where identical twins have taken those DNA tests. They get different results, and the same people take the same DNA tests under different names and mail it in and get totally different results. So, huge grain of salt. Plus, a lot of Native Americans boycotted DNA testing, so there's very little known about them compared to other people. And they did that out of fear that a DNA test would be used against them to delist their tribes and take away their rights and treaties, which is a very valid concern. I mean, I majored in history and had some classes on Native American history. Oh boy, the feds have screwed them over. Yeah, they've got every right to be concerned about that. DNA does not make you technically anything. You know, your ethnicity is how you were raised. But tell the government that. So, race is genetic, ethnicity is culture. It's what you learn. Race is what you're born with, and there's no such thing as the old concept of race. It's a collection of your genetic alleles, you know. And there's no such thing as a pure race. Finally been proven, thank God. It's a people's genetic adaptation to their environment. Culture is and ethnicity is a cultural adaptation to the environment. So your culture you can change. You can change your religious beliefs, your spirituality, outlook on life, your religion, your diet, your traditions. As people move from place to place and time goes on, it changes. But we also have constant change in our DNA. It's constant mutations. So that thankfully blew out of the water. Science destroyed the whole eugenics BS, where there was an idea that we could breed a better human. Rate of genetic mutation means you can't, so whoops. Master race theory in the toilet. But it's such a hot button issue with so much confusion about it, and I really wish it was as simple as the 80s. Celebrate racial and ethnic diversity. Don't pretend it doesn't exist, and don't discriminate against it either. Wonderful that there are many different peoples, many different races, and many different cultures. and that were blended. Because when you don't blend, you get plagues that take out entire civilizations at once. The strength against disease is in mixing. Horace says talent was totally unexpected, but the wind does blow. Yeah. I mean, we watched live on the stream one by one as all the cameras, the I-5 cameras showed that fire getting closer and closer south of Medford, going north towards Medford. And it was heartbreaking. We could just see it coming closer and hear on the radio that they can't defend it. And next thing we know, reporters showed pictures of the downtown Talent in Phoenix burning, and there's still fire damage on the landscape, and a lot of the lots have been cleared, but you still see the burned out cars and stuff. I did film as best I could out the window. It'll be something I'm going to show people later. So let's zoom out and look at the satellite. We do have hot spots on Fairview too, mostly an east wind blowing across it. I'm listening still. It's just tone outs, and no news is good news, honestly. For Big Bear, the one at Hemet. So these seem to be redundant cameras. Meadowbrook 1 and 2 seeing the same thing. And these are live. One at Big Bear. So all the cameras on the Fairview have gone to black and white mode, which means there's less light. It means that these cams went to nighttime mode. They were tricked into thinking it was daytime. That's when you have color. Let's do a time lapse. Still active, but it could be worse. We could be having a massive dry thunderstorm going through with multiple lightnings. 55 mile-an-hour wind gusts. We don't, and God. Moore says, yeah, I would be the king of Russia. What? Okay. I think the word is czar, but yeah. Maybe you should be. Current leadership is lacking. Okay. So, let's go and look at weed. We haven't forgotten about the weed area. It's nice and quiet. The mountain fire looks quieter. It's quieter than it's been. And the mill fire, of course, fading into obscurity. And it's amazing is the way the country forgets. You know, a whole community is devastated and lives are ruined. And the media goes on to the next story. But that's what we're here for. We don't forget. Okay, excuse me, guys. I'm going to mute myself and blow my nose. It's time to refresh my medication. When the body aches and pains and the nose dripping starts again, I take more Sudafed or Tylenol. And I forgot to eat for a bit, so let's go and get something to eat. Now I gotta talk constantly, otherwise people tune out of any stream that doesn't have constant chatter, actually, or at least sound. And the radio is silent right now. So this is when I randomly talk about stuff going into the kitchen. And the topic can be pretty dang diverse, pretty much anything that just comes to mind. So, what am I gonna eat? That's the first thing on my mind. I'm gonna crack open an energy drink. Oh boy, there's a chilled one in the back. Even though it's 65 degrees out, my room's heated up because of the video card. Because boy, the streaming take a lot of power from the video card. Have you guys to thank for it, having a video card that can handle this. But my God, did I have to buy it during the peak of the Bitcoin mining boom thing, and video card shortage. I'm sick right now that I could have a video card of twice the power if I had the ability to wait until now. They are almost bargain basement prices. I'm tempted to buy, I've got a 3070, just straight up EVGA 3070, which is good, but really an 80s class of card is what's necessary for streaming. But the purchase of a 3080 right now I don't think is worthwhile. It would be a poor decision because even though 3080 cards are a lot more powerful, and this would be a smoother stream for sure, and my videos would get produced way faster. The 4080s are going to be out. So the way that, if I'm confusing anybody right now, like every 2 years, NVIDIA comes out with a new class of cards, like a new batch of them, right? New technology. Sorry if kitchen noises are loud. So every 2.5 years maybe. And it's real easy once you learn it. They go in sequence, like 10 cards came out, I don't know how many years ago, but I had a 1070 Ti. The first time I streamed evac, I'll just tell you the dates actually, this will help you. When I first started the stream, I had a 660 Ti. Ti means titanium edition, although calls it that. It's like a little boosted edition, right? Oh boy, was that a clunker on an ancient computer. So that was the first stream I ever did, was during Paradise's fire. It didn't happen in a day. That way, that sucker went on for weeks. I mean, you tried to eat Chico, and it tried to eat Sterling City and other Lovelock, and it tried to run into the mountains, and it tried to run towards Sacramento, honestly. They got stopped at the highway, and even crossed the highway in the valley. That sucker was intense. As the weeks went by, it became more of a forest fire, rather than mostly a grass and city fire than it was in the foothills. So I went live walking people through, like, when can you come back, maybe, evacuation info, but mostly the biggest request I had was people came in my channel on this way before thing went even remotely viral or popular. It's the first thing I'd ever done in my life live. I didn't even have a microphone, and I couldn't animate Wildfire cameras because the 660 card was so bad. The way NVIDIA makes their video cards is first a number. So back then, and that was an old card at the time, even 2018, November 2018. Back then, I could like show cameras but not really animate them. Couldn't have too many tabs open at once, you know, that kind of situation. Even though I had a huge amount of RAM, I had 16 gigs, which was huge at the time. Processor wasn't up to snuff, and it was the video card. To have all three video stuff, which is what these Wildfire cams are. This is what video is. Multiple tabs and stuff. A lot of power. So, the way that NVIDIA names their cards, sorry, I'm scatterbrained here, sleep deprived and all that. Every 2.5 years is a new edition of the card. So back then there was the 600 cards, right? 700 cards. They skipped 800, don't ask me why. They went to 900 series cards. And then they were like, okay, we have the thousands, right? So the thousands were just called the 10 cards, basically. And each generation is a massive leap over the last, in general. That's just the way. I mean, NVIDIA was hands down better than AMD, the only real competitor. ATI cards, but Radeon cards. It's changed quite a bit. with new corporate leadership. I really should have bought stock in ETI and AMD. Whoops. When AMD bought it, they turned it around. It took a couple of years, but they really did turn around. It became a penny stock, and then boom, it's blue chip again. I told my parents to buy the stock, but they didn't listen to me. Anyway, that was 2018. I had hardly any viewers, and my number one request, was for people came in. They said, "Could you please tell me if my house burned down?" And I said, "Hey, I can't get you that info unless the government actually releases it. I can just tell you where the satellite heat maps are, and until the map is released of the burned out homes, I can't guarantee your structure's standing or not. But how about this? I'll use the satellite data to say which neighborhoods have been affected yet and which streets, according to satellite data. Please don't take this as gospel." Excuse me, I'm gonna reheat stuff. 1 minute 25 seconds. Okay. Thank you for your donations too. I got decent food, very, very good food actually. This is a Lebanese lamb shake. Oh my god, it's good. And some basmati rice and some steamed vegetables. And trying to rebuild my body. It got beat up for the past 2 months. So I have to go back and look and make sure I'm still live and my microphone's still working because I've been in the kitchen as that's heating up. See if anybody has asked a question. Alan T says question in chat about the direction the mosquito is moving. Okay, let me look at that while the food is cooking. Now, okay, we had evacuation orders, a warning for, there's a current view of the Mosquito Fire from the far east over there. I don't know that we exactly know, but we'll try to find out here. The Forest Hill was given a warning sometime around midnight, so let's look in and see if that has changed. Where did my mosquito tab? I forgot. Excuse me, guys. Some sounds. Here it is. Okay. Here's the evacuation. Sorry, this is a news article. Ubinet's really, but 5 hours ago was their last update. Okay. Yep. Go. Here it is. Right, I'm gonna file that under the mosquito tab group. They were worried about the wind shift that seemed to occur right about midnight, which is why the new evacuation was put out, I reckon. The wind changed direction and started blowing to the west. So that's why Mosquito Road evacuations expanded. And they put on warning areas west of the fire, as you can see. So it's not quite the Colfax, but Forest Hill here went under warning about midnight-ish, half an hour past midnight. That's when I decided I need to go live tonight, definitely. I was debating of trying to rest. When I speak all night, my voice can get really hammered, especially if I'm looking at speaking almost 12 hours at a time, like day after day, because of our heat wave and new fires. Connor's Bodine Oliven says we really have Category 5 hurricane in Siskiyou. We really need one. Oh gosh. If we can only have the rain of a Category 5 hurricane, not the winds, that would be. Okay, I need some real food. Yeah. I'm eating cat food, KAT food. Hey, I think this is pretty good. And it's all because of your guys' kind donations. I can eat decent food. So I do thank you. I really thank you. Okay, so back to my story about. I have to go back and check that food. We'll check the cams too, but I do believe mostly it's a slow rate of spread on the mosquito. Thank God. And we've seen the warning go out at midnight and a half, and the fact that it's 5:38 in the morning now. And the evacuations were not upgraded means I don't think it's moving much to the west. Hopefully lines are holding, but we listened for hours. The Mosquito Fire had like there's nothing new, and there's almost no chatter. So no news is actually very good news. Oh boy, the lamb is heated up. Oh man, that was good. One of the few restaurant foods with no onions. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, coming back to desk with the food now. Get a little coaster. And now I can eat some Tylenol. Body aches and pains are pretty bad with this flu. I do not wish this on anybody. I hope Mom didn't get infected when she came over to give me a COVID test. Mom to the rescue. But I apparently exposed her. She was like, oh, well, if it's COVID, I just had it recently, and I don't care. And I'm like, what if it's not? Mom, what if it's not? And she's like, oh. I'm like, yeah, you don't want this flu, trust me. God. It's probably from some foreign land. I think I got it when I went to the airport. Dropped somebody off. Ugh. Never doing that again. Ever again. They can find their own way to the gate. I'll just drop them off and say, see ya. Take your luggage and get out of the car. No, I'm kidding. Okay, back to the story. This is Bunker Hill. It looks due west. So if we time-lapse this, we might get an idea about which direction. We've seen it shift a little bit. Wow, that's a lot of vehicle movement on this thing. South. See the little sparkly vehicles? So if we're looking west, let's do a 1 hour time. Really hard to tell. Even where the heck the smoke's going. We've seen a lot more smoky buildup. You can see flare up and die down, flare up and die down. Some of the smoke's kind of drifting over the top of the haze. Now, if it settles, it will settle. If that smoke will settle down to the ravine, it'll help keep a lid on the fire until day shift and the aircraft, and the aircraft will turn the tide. That's the case in this situation. Anyway, back to what I was trying to say about video cards. So, 60s, the first two numbers of an NVIDIA card, which is the only kind I would buy, frankly. I wouldn't buy AMD, even though I like them. Reliability issues with drivers. The first two numbers are the batch of cards, like the generation. Every 2 to 2.5 years, it'll change. It's really easy. Like the 10 cards were out at the time I began streaming. 2020. The 1080 Ti card was like the Cadillac. Everybody was boasting about their 1080 Ti, and it was like $1,000 though, so it was way out of my range. I mean, I like the game Ark, I don't like it that much. And Ark was a ridiculously fun, but ridiculously like unoptimized game where you had to have a NASA supercomputer to get decent frame rate. Otherwise, it chugged along like a slideshow. So most people bought it to to make Ark run. Or Crisis, which is another example of a bad, a very flowery and very graphical game, but poorly optimized. You use supercomputer, right? So does it run Ark? Does it run Crisis? Question. It's like the equivalent of hot rod guys opening up the hood and go, can it do 0 to 60 in 5 seconds? Or what they talk about. Thank you, Alan. Thanks for putting that link up there. So anyway, the first 2 numbers of the generation, and so the 20 cards came out, and they were a revolution of the 10s. They introduced ray tracing, which is a revolution in something. It makes graphics better. Pretty much how to animate light, shadows, stuff realistically, like it's a movie, in real time. That's all I know. That's all I care to know about it. Yeah, I'm just replaying this. It's kind of eerie. The way that the little flare-ups kind of push some of the smoke above. I don't think that's clouds. I think it's just straight up smoke. There's no clarity as to what the Mosquito Fire is doing. Oh, thank you, Auntie. You are one of the best supporters I have. Every once in a while, throwing me $5 super helps, guys. But if you can't do it, no worries. You can help the stream by sharing links, spreading the word, putting the link to my channel on a Facebook page, or just texting it to somebody that you think might benefit. I have no plans to ever put ads on live fire stream. It's just not right. The super chat and super thanks are donation buttons, but if there ever is an ad on one of my fire streams, it's because I probably accidentally played music, or you know what, even Ride of the Valkyries. I keep getting hit with copyright notices that Ride of the Valkyries is under somebody's copyright. Sure. I think that song was written in 1835, but whatever. It's hard to fight the big record labels. So if what I do is I try to explain that that's a non-copyrighted song and it's BS. Most of the time I win. And Ride the Valkyries was my theme song for when, like, the 747 Global Supertanker especially took off in 2020. And all these videos have been sitting there for 2 years. Some of them from 2021, last year. And just now, this record company is flagging them all as I'm using their content. And the ridiculous thing that YouTube has as a policy is even if I use 30 seconds of a copyrighted song, if they wanted to get really medieval, they could issue a takedown request, give me a copyright strike, try to take down my channel for profiting off their music. I don't run ads, so I don't see how I'm profiting off their dang music, but I've won successfully almost every single one of these things. Every once in a while, it really takes up my time. I have to just sit there and react, and I have to think of a good defense of myself and submit the paperwork instead of course, doing something else like making fire safety videos or whatever I want to do. But if I don't do this and I don't contest it, then they get to do what they want. They can take my video off the air. The entire thing, even if it's a 12-hour stream, they can take it down for me using 30 seconds of their content instead of cutting out the 30 seconds. It's stupid. But what they usually love to do is like trolling, copyright trolling. It's just because I threw a song on there for 30 seconds, which is fair use. Everybody's allowed to do that. 30-second music clips are allowed for the purpose of comedy, review, comment. Obviously not a full song, especially if you talk over it and pause it. Like, a judge would let you use it, but in this case, YouTube is the judge, and stupid rules. Or whatever they set up as a policy. It's mostly automatic. Usually human beings are not involved in this process at all. It's just that a song gets matched with its like digital fingerprint, as used in another video, that copyright holder, like a big record company, decides to press the issue and say that was an unauthorized use of the song, whatever, even if it was totally illegal. What they try to do is get you to not contest it or you to fail in your contesting of it because they have the right to put ads all over your video and they just start making money. So if you see ads on my videos, that's where I've lost the argument. It's usually because of Ride of the Freaking Valkyries, the non-copyrighted song from 1835. So it's a cash grab BS thing. They're not my ads. I have no control of them. And unless I took down my own video, cut out the song, and re-uploaded it, they're there to stay. Unless I get a lot of donations, in which case I'll lawyer up and I'll clean up that mess really fast. I am considering legal defense because I've had a couple of really evil incidents and people trying to leech on the channel. And I don't even want to highlight what they do. This is our current Bunker Hill with the Mosquito Fire. Middle of a little bit of flare up that I'm watching. So the point is I do not put ads in the videos. If you see them, they're not mine. Some random music company that's exploiting a legal loophole. I really think that all the YouTube content creators should all come together and do one big ass class action thing against these big evil corporations that are overstepping legal bounds and issue them the smackdown, because all of us individually, we can't take them on. All of us YouTubers together? Oh yeah, we could. There's billions of dollars they owe us, having stolen from us. And lots of behind the scenes evil politics going on. Like if somebody hates a channel, like if there's a channel called, Bob's Dogs or something, somebody has a grudge against Bob, they can flag his video for a copyright thing, even though it's false. But Bob's ads immediately fall off of his videos, so he makes no ad revenue during the meantime, the response time. And there's a couple of weeks, it takes about 2 weeks for this all to go through, where he has to respond and say, hey, my use of this song is legal and authorized, whatever copyrighted thing is. It's totally normal. That person doesn't have a case, yo. And he submits the paperwork. YouTube probably has an automatic process of something. Even if Bob is found out to be correct and YouTube rules in Bob's favor, most YouTube videos make most of their money, especially ones that go viral, within the first 2 weeks of being shown. Statistically, I guess. Depends on the video. So what the troll did was claim some false copyright stuff in order to hang that video up for 2 weeks to make sure that Bob was denied most of his income for the 2 weeks. Currently, YouTube does not have to hold in escrow any of the money that his ads would have been generating. They just pull the ads. They should be showing the ads, but holding the money in escrow. Because mostly this is being done to attack channels and is successfully hurting YouTube. So I've had some shenanigans where people have falsely claimed bad copyright shenanigans me, and I did successfully fight them off, but my videos got taken down. And that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted the videos taken down that are the most compelling, the ones that I referred back to the most. Try to hurt the channel. Freaking shenanigans. I'm sick of it, so is everybody else. But YouTube allows its own rules to be manipulated by people. Now, you have to prove, here's a bad thing, you could definitely sue somebody who trolled you that way, who issued a false statement of copyright, right? You really can sue them. You really can't get money damages. They have to have money to sue. You can't get blood from a stone, right? And that sucks. So poor people get away with this. Usually. Sometimes you can garnish their wages and stuff. But blood from a stone, right? But two, the other nasty thing about this is if your ads are pulled by YouTube during the debate period, you don't have a way to prove what profit you lost, so you can't really sue. Now, successfully, it becomes extremely difficult to prove. So there's a whole bunch of problems here. But at some point there will be a boiling point. So this is our multicam view of the Mosquito Fire. I wish I could time-lapse all of them at once. That would be a cool feature. If I had a 3080 card, I bet I could handle it. Probably with a 3070 card I could handle it. Oh, thank you so much for your new little donation. You are a cool, consistent supporter, and I love you. You're a super mod, man. You're part of the elite team. Here day after day, do good work, stay long hours, good advice, calm head, smart, and you're nice. Dude, you get triple trophies. Get triple trophies. Wish I could give you a real gold trophy. You and Morris, another thing, I'm so happy to see you guys. It's so cool. People come back in. Yeah, Brian Tierney says, oh, I pray everybody is protected by God. Yep. I do encourage prayer. We can all use some divine assistance with these wildfires because government assistance is not very good. I mean, the individual employee who's on the level are working real hard. All of our wildland firefighters are working real hard. Everybody's working real hard, but the bureaucracy is. We're still seeing a little bit of a flare up on the mosquito. But make sure. San Bernardino County went offline. Okay, I'm reconnecting to Riverside County. I thought that had been quiet for a bit too long. San Bernardino County, like the entire, maybe dead. The person doing Broadcastify might issue right now. Refresh my Broadcastify page. It's almost 6 in the morning. Aha! Try and turn the boat back on. So it's 2 of our 5. Now this is unknown volume, so I'm muting it for you guys. I wish they'd talk a little bit so I could actually eat. Now, here's Fairview. Some images of the dawn. Wildfires always make a pretty sunset, sunrise. Pollution reflects sunlight. Aerosols give you pretty colors. Unfortunately, we just found out they're really big greenhouse gases type things. More so than we ever thought before. Whoa. Okay, San Bernardino is talking, but I can barely hear him. See what they're saying. San Bernardino County Fire, CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, multi-channel.
Traffic collision, medic engine 74, medic engine 137, at eastbound 10 between Etiwanda and Cherry, eastbound 10, Etiwanda Cherry.
Okay, false alarm, just a traffic accident. So I'm going to mute that for you guys in case I have the volumes wrong. It gets loud. A lot of people fall asleep to my voice. I hate the tones. Okay. So, let's see. There's nothing more beautiful ugly than a wildfire. Go look at the Big Bear one. Same situation. So we're going to lose our ability to see some of the fires with the loss of the infrared at night. It'll actually be harder to tell what they're doing, where they're going. There's still low light, so you can see the glow of a fire. Pretty soon, when there's full daylight, you just see smoke. That's what's so hideously dangerous. Especially for people that want to stay behind. They don't realize that what keeps firefighters safe is they have lookouts everywhere. They have people whose job it is for a bit on break to sit on that tree stump and look 360 degrees around them with a binocular and a radio next in hand. And people are preoccupied working with the rakes and the hose and the shovels, sitting next to loud trucks. They go tap them on the shoulder and say, "Hey." Shit. Sorry, friends. I heard the radio crackle, and then there's a stupid tone, the kind I didn't want to broadcast. I could barely hear San Bernardino. I have to max my volume, and then if another channel talks at the same time, I'm going to blast my ears. I'm trying to prevent that from you guys.
59, sick person Alpha response. 21810.
Okay, that's just a sick person response from medic. Okay. Back to the story. What keeps wildland firefighters safe when there's all this smoke around them? They got lookouts. They go tap people on the shoulder if you're distracted, can't hear something. The lookouts are listening to the radio, which is the airplane pilots are looking out for them too and telling them, "Dude, fire's below you," or whatever. Get that unit out of there. Plus, they have the weather people. If the weather people get a new off the press forecast, usually it's get the hell out of there. You know, the column's about to collapse, and the wind from the collapsing smoke column is going to flare it up in all directions. They also have satellites. People looking at satellites, looking out for them, and they're constantly connected to all this info. So as a civilian, you don't have that, and smoke is all you see. So unless you're tuned into all of this, which you won't be, because you'll probably lose power, lose cell phone service, and lose your landline, and lose the internet. Unless you have like a super generator with super radios, and you're tuned to all the different tactical plus dispatch, and you have satellite phones and that. I mean, you just can't be tuned in like they are. That's why it's so dangerous for civilians in the daytime to try to figure out what's happening with fires, and it's no better at night. You'd think you'd see a fire coming at you at night, but if there's enough smoke and you're downwind of the fire, which is the smoke coming to you, you can't see it. You just see smoke. It'll be at the end of your street before you finally see flames, and oh god, you don't know if that's a gigantic wildfire or if it's just a little spot fire. You won't be able to tell except by the roaring sound, because it will sound like a hurricane. 247 VW says, "Hey, it's Jason from Cool." Hey, Jason, Cool, California is pretty cool. What's the report about Forest Hill? We were just trying to figure that out. Hang on.
You have it shut all the way, or is it still working?
We're listening to San Bernardino for a second. He says, "What's the progress? Do you have water shut or something shut down or not?" I don't know what the context is, but... Ow. The Fairview's threatening a lot of structures, and so is the one at Big Bear, the Radford. So we're trying to monitor that plus the Mosquito. Okay, I'm muting those tones and stuff. It's probably just a bunch of medical stuff. But if you look at the Mosquito, we were trying to figure out just where it might be headed. They put everything west of the fire line. We haven't really gotten an update in a while. But they put everything west of the fire on notice last night. This is the current evacuation zones. So there's Forest Hill, it went at 12:30 under evacuation warning. So Cool is down here. Cool, California. Cool, California is the coolest name. Like kind of like a suburb of Auburn. So we don't know, but the nighttime wind shift that usually happens in mountains was of course blowing some smoke to the west, but it really shifted around quite a bit in sort of a lazy manner. In a way, if it kind of went left, right, up, down, then it probably blew back on itself. Probably helped out the firefighters. As far as I know, it's a slow rate of spread, which is great. Even though it had some intensity, it didn't seem to have a rapid marching anywhere. Now, whenever there's a fire, not everything burns in a straight line. It goes up on ridges first, and there's going to be pockets. Like if you spread out your fingers, if your fingers are the ridges where the wind pushes the fire real fast, everything in between your fingers is like the valleys, veins, canyons, where green vegetation's still going to be at. So as the wind shifts around, though, those little pockets are going to get consumed. Sorry, couldn't hit the mute button fast enough. I'm still sick, bear with me. That's why it's actually called fingers of fire. You know, the main fire might be where the palm of your hand is, but if you put your fingers out and push your hand like in sand or something, you would. That's exactly how fire moves. It gets pushed where there's fiercer wind, and that's the ridge tops. And sometimes, like, it's funneled into little canyons, river canyons. Either or. So, Strange Reverend says, I have a kid, get ready for school now. Captain, get better, take care, stay safe, everyone. Thanks for being here, Strange. Okay. So, we're not sure. I mean, we listened for hours to Placer County stuff. And had, like, almost no chatter. So, I wouldn't expect any new news until 7 in the morning. Excuse me, friends. Indigestion here. I'm trying not to sneeze again. I'm listening to 2 different radios at the same time. One's abdominal pain, and the other one is so faint I can barely make it out. I don't think it's fire related, though. We're still listening to San Bernardino and Riverside County at the same time. So, I don't know if lightning caused this, but lightning did roar through the area right around the time that it began by Tahoe. And unfortunately, they could have done a lot more with dropping in the crews at dusk with the Mosquito Fire, but the unstable air made so much turbulence that the aircraft left the building. Like, mountain turbulence is dangerous. When C-Pro and I were flying over, as soon as we hit massive turbulence, we had to turn around. I mean, it really shakes the plane. It's pretty serious. I don't know if they were trying to get smoke jumpers in there or just helicopter crews in to a ridge top. I'm not certain on that, but they said cancel that. They had to go in by foot, which delayed response. But oh, we do have a 5:12 a.m. update. Shut my mouth, guys. I'm sorry. Didn't notice it. I have my phone to tell me with watch duty, but it didn't go off with notifications. Better check settings on my new phone. Let's see. Well, that would explain it. On the new phone, I don't have the donation thing set up. I didn't log in, so whoops, it was only the old Pixel that had all county notifications, and I just put the Pixel across the room, so that would explain it. Sorry, friends. The Mosquito Fire, Placer County, has been mapped at around 822 acres by FireEye I think that's how you say it. Fire rise as of 4:48 a.m. Map can be viewed here. Submitted by our good old friend CA Fire Scanner. Go buy him a coffee. There on Twitter, day in, day out. Telling everybody what's what. Just monitoring the California Fire Scanner. So, if I had to guess, the fire was trying to spread to the west, and then they tried to stop it. But the wind did shift a bit. I don't think we'll get any real updates until 7, which is traditionally when night crews have come off fires. They brief the day crews. Now, battalion chief types tell their crews what to expect and give them the rundown. So, usually after that, somebody will get around to updating CAL FIRE's website or InSWIP. If we're lucky, we can see their morning meetings, but that usually happens just on the big fires, where the incident management team will put that on YouTube or Facebook. At 7 a.m., an incident management team will take over the Fairview. Not sure about the Fair Valley one, but I think they'll probably get one too eventually. Sorry if you can hear some of my chewing. I gotta eat. Usually I can take lunch breaks when I just turn the radio on and we listen to that, but it's been really quiet, and that's good. Quiet nights are what I want. Since we have 39 people currently viewing, it's all open question and answer time. Like, just tell me what fire you want to look at, and that's what we look at. I think almost all cams are off of infrared. This one here is Mosquito Fire cams. This one here, Big Bear. This one here, Fairview. Big Bear, the Radford, aka. Everybody knows where Big Bear is, so I'm just gonna call it Big Bear. Big Bear and Fairview are pretty close proximity, but different counties technically, so they have two different evacuation maps. Of course they do. Radford. There was already a Redford fire earlier this year, so Radford, R-A-D, what the Big Bear is. But thanks for being here, Ryan. How are you? Good morning. Okay. So occasionally I look back at what has happened to weed with the mountain fire and the mill fire. That's just beyond tragic. I drove past weed not too long ago, and I was remarking to myself, that town went through so much. I'm so happy they rebuilt after their last wildfire ripped through the town. I had no idea that like a week and a half later, boom. I think that was their main source of employment too. Was a warehouse that burned down, but a mega big one, like a turn of the century, amazing old growth lumber wonder. Like, it should have been on National Register of Historic Places if it wasn't. Blow to the community, 2 neighborhoods wiped out, people dead. Back to square one, rebuilding some of their biggest neighborhoods. It's called a windy weed because it's a very fire-prone, windswept, high elevation, high desert area. They get their water from snow melt mostly, not from precip. But these days we gotta build our neighborhoods fire in mind. They probably even did to some extent, but boy, this illustrates how we need to be even more vigilant and go the extra mile for that. I still don't know. Yeah, you're welcome. I still don't know what caused the fire at Weed, the mill fire. we don't know that it started within the mill. It could have started outside in the grass, but that was a tinderbox kind of a building. There's an old railroad track behind it, and a second railroad track that was turned into a road. And so there's all kinds of rumors of vagrants and wanderers and people wandering there who might have started it, or we have no idea. Could have been straight up accident. Under investigation. But all of the area is a crime scene. Whenever people have died, there's a crime scene until further notice. When I saw reports of the journalist being haunted on Twitter and saying I can't sleep, I don't know if he wants me to reveal who it was, so I'm not going to. But when I saw several tweets of that nature, like this is some of the worst I've ever seen, I knew we probably had fatalities, but the journalists were being kind, doing what they needed to do, what they ethically should do, which is wait for the law enforcement to make an announcement of fatalities, and then next of kin to be notified first. They could have done the evil thing and gotten the shots of bodies and put them on the internet and gotten all kinds of money from it, and they didn't. But so I applaud that. But when I heard that they couldn't sleep at night and some of the worst stuff they'd ever seen, I knew that we probably had dead people. It was probably a fatal fire. That's the hardest thing doing this. Now I can say year after year. I never thought I'd do this year after year, but sometimes when fires move too fast to a neighborhood, you just know that some people didn't get out. And there's a different kind of PTSD that doesn't really have a name, but it's kind of like, I guess you could call it helplessness PTSD, when you're an observer and you can't help. That's a different kind of stress. And when you know something bad is bound to happen and you can't do anything about it, you can only watch. That is a type of PTSD. A lot of journalists get it. I've had a similar version of that. Rescuing a fire victim and then realizing I can't always be there. An oxygen fire. Happened more than once. And when you realize it's going to happen again, you can't do anything about it, it's hard. But I'd rather know that I can do something and do something, do fire street, than do nothing at all. And there's a sort of, on the flip side, a tremendous feeling good doing it. So I continue to do it. It takes a toll, but it's worth it. And I'm not at all comparing my experience with sitting in a living room most of the time talking about fires to somebody witnessing it and experiencing it. I'm not at all. They're on a different level of pain that I can only try to support them with. It doesn't make it like an easy experience. So let's go look at the Fairview. Brian DeBauer says, as the Radford fire is threatening the Seven Oaks area. Let's look at the again. I'm not familiar with the areas. Bear with me. Somebody asked about sage, and the evacuation lines basically kind of went like this. Sage Road being one. This was all under warning. I'll show you that in a sec. But I don't know. Seven Oaks is. Try to put this here. That Riverside County, because I imagine there's a bunch of these. Oh yeah, the Radford Fire right here. So let's take a look at the evacuations. Forgot to file that one. So here is the evacuation map. And thank you, Alan, for being on there with the links. So we've got a very interesting map for San Bernardino County. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Turn off the ad blocker. I'm still listening to them, but it's all crackle right now. Turn off my dark mode. I will turn it on, of course. I'm listening to Fairview Fire info and the Radford Fire at Big Bear. Seven Oaks is right there, but it's not under mandatory evacuation, but right next door it is. So I would just say due to the proximity, perhaps, but I haven't heard any specific. Like, we're really worried for Seven Oaks or down the pipe. There's been almost complete radio silence on the incidences. Very little in the way of updates. I could go to Twitter and look at. There's a couple of journalists that are there that I respect very much. Let me see if I can find out info. Journalists. I tweeted some of stuff. I'm going to go to the latest on Twitter. 17 seconds ago, we had somebody say that it's now 5,000 acres. Sorry, talking about the Fairview. Sorry, friends, I'm so sick still. I'm getting confused. Fairview. I was talking about, not the Radford. So let me duplicate the tab and go to the Radford. The Radford is the Big Bear one. That would be the one by Seven Oaks. Let me go to Radford. Hopefully Zeke Lunder goes live at 7. He's really tremendously knowledgeable about wildfire. He's got the boots on the ground experience. I don't. We've all got our different niches of expertise. Mine's mostly communications and video production, doing tremendously long live streams. Boy, he can map stuff and import stuff into Google Earth too, and he's very educated on how to fight fires. So I learned a whole lot from him during the Dixie. But we do have a whole bunch of people posting images from yesterday. I don't see anything related to evacuations or whatnot. Hopefully they'll have a press conference or something. Before 7 o'clock, I wouldn't expect any news. But here on the Fairview Fire, we got an update. Fairview is now 5,000 acres with 5% containment. Of course, still 2 people confirmed dead. We don't have an update on the burn victims yet. I don't know where they're taken or what their condition is. So I'm not tuned into the local media. Like I said, I've been to Southern California like twice in my life, to Disneyland. Okay, 7 minutes ago, Zeke Lunder, and I'll tweet his tweet here, says the Lookout live stream will assess the Mosquito, the Radford, the Fairview, and the Big Bear Lake one. He says there's no new infrared, so skipping on the mountain and Rum Creek fires this morning. His channel, he'll be live on YouTube at 7. So I never am insulted or anything when anybody tunes off of mine to go get the info they need. So let me share with you his channel so that you guys watch him at 7, and I highly recommend it. So here it is. That's Zeke. I have no idea how he feels about me, but I respect the dude and his info. I went to his channel the other day and I was like, hey, hello. Heard a lot from you. Thanks, my man. And he goes, that's Catherine. She has a channel too. That was his only comment. So, okay. But it would be amazing if all of us who were alive during the Dixie, me, Zeke, Craig Philippot, Daniel Kearns, Matthew Henderson, and Sarah Luna, Citizen Brigade of Info. We could all like sit down, have a pizza or something. The public really liked us for giving them the info that the government agencies didn't. And there's others I'm not mentioning, which there's a couple more to mention. But like I said, I'm really tired. But for the most part, the public thought that we were like a dream team that should put our rings of power together and make a mech warrior that would put out the fire. Pretty hilarious. And his stream will start at 7. He had a blog too, which I followed a lot, and what he knows about is how fire load is going to affect fire behavior, how we should have been grooming the landscape, the mistakes of the 20th century. He would illustrate that with really good pictures of his own. He knew the local area, Plymouth County, so like he and Daniel Kearns knew more about what the fire was going to do than CAL FIRE did. CAL FIRE is pretty good, but the different management teams come from all over the country, and for some of these fires, of course, there's a split between Forest Service and CAL FIRE, and some of those who are not from California got surprised by what the Dixie could do, but none of us locals were. They'd seen what the Bear Fire did, erasing 2 towns, Brush and Berry Creek. We saw what happened with Paradise. We saw what happened with the Cascade Fire. We saw what that neck of the woods was capable of, some of the most extreme fire behavior of the world. But when the officials leaned too much on technology modeling, computer modeling, they were taken by surprise. They admitted their mistake, which is props, and stopped relying so much on the models. But there's nothing that replaces local knowledge, So I wish I could just watch his stream. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just go offline, tell people to go watch his, watch it myself, and go back live at 8 o'clock, because I don't know what else I would do here. We are running up on 5 hours of the stream being live, and maybe that is what I'll do. So go look at the current camps, but I can't tell you whether or not Seven Oaks is safe. I don't know about the or if it feels particularly threatened. Look on watch duty. I don't know the terrain or what kind of lines they have, and that really matters. Like sometimes communities that look like they're about to be erased have like really solid lines in front of them, or there's something else to happen, like a fire, or there's nothing to burn, so they're a lot safer than they look. Watch duty says a 2% containment. It was yesterday. So, I wish I could say more. I still am listening to dispatch, and it's nothing fire related. I mean, otherwise I'd turn on the radio. So, let's go back to looking at the mesmerizing cams of the fires. I want to know more about what's happening in Oregon. It looks like there's a lot less wind now. The Mosquito. This is the Mosquito. Placer County. And if the smoke will settle down into those canyons, it'll be a double-edged sword. I mean, hopefully, I was hoping aircraft could get on it. Aircraft usually can muster about 8:30 at 9 in the morning, something like that. By 9:30, they're usually in the air doing their thing. But if it's too smoky, they can't fly. So go to a different fire. Now, it's a lot windier, but that means the fires are more active. in Southern California, but that means the smoke will blow away. So I expect a lot of aircraft to go Southern California. Let's see where it is right now. Is there anything by the Mosquito Fire on our aircraft? Doesn't look like it. Let's go check out down south. Going to San Bernardino. Okay. Sorry. Busy here. And these, I have to lean close to my monitor to this. Okay, there's Hammett. So these are probably just regular aircraft going to regular airports. Yeah, I don't see aircraft mapping on Fairview. Nothing mapping or checking out Big Bear, but it's a little early in the morning for that, just for good measure. Here's the Mosquito Fire. Here is Big Bear, Radford. I'm gonna time lapse this. This has an eerie beauty to it. 3 hours. Well, flashing is every so often that camera turns around backwards and looks at its own pole or some other landscape. So that's what the flashing is. It's a different image. And there's the sunrise. Last frame is the sun peeking up. Sun just came over the mountain. So I freeze framed it. See it going the last 3 hours of that night. One frame at a time. And not all frames are present, some are missing, which is bad. Like here's when the camera turned around and looked at that's the valley. It's not fire. Lights, overwhelming lights of the city. That's the fire. Up on a hilltop. Dova says, good morning. Thankfully it's not windy as of yet. I'm 45 minutes from Big Bear. I found your channel looking for info. Welcome. I regret I haven't been more present during the summer, but it's been a rough one. Just returned home. I was trying to film the documentary on the Dixie Caldor, and if you find the channel useful, do share. We don't have as big of a presence down in Southern California. I tend to cover my neck of the woods, which is San Francisco north. So here's when the camera went to color. And we lose the ability to see heat. We can see flames, but not heat. So that's why it seems to suddenly be like, oh, it's bigger here. No, it's just the heat plus the flames, like the hot smoke. So when the camera flips over to color mode, you see pretty much flames and a little bit of the light reflected off of smoke for a bit, but as there's more sunlight, we'll lose that entirely. We'll just see flame. Just see smoke. That's our sunrise. The Keller Peak 2 cam. Let's see. Yeah, this is Radford Fire, Big Bear. So this is open question answer times. Oh, I'm up north. It's beautiful up there. Yeah, sort of by Portland area, kind of. Nobody's ever heard of where I'm from, so it's okay. I just say Portland area. I can be in Portland relatively quickly, an hour or two. I'm listening to the radio, and I'll turn it on if they start talking. Sometimes we get lucky, and they'll say the over the airwaves, the nighttime report, because the ground crews have to listen to that. But mostly the Broadcastify channels are just on dispatch, which won't have that. It is 6:32 a.m. Whoops! Oh no, I just closed my carefully constructed Fairview Fire thing. Reopen, close tab. There. Thank goodness. I would have been so disheartened if I had to set up all these cams again. Okay, Fairview. Big Bear. I'm gonna do a... Wow, you can see the snow machines going, guys. They're more like sprinklers. Wow. Actually, those are sprinklers, excuse me. There they go. You can almost hear them. I remember our sprinklers. Okay, fire chatter. Think. Turn the radio.
Quit 90 pairs copies. It serves you.
Now, the number way people find the channel is it was shared by a friend on social media. So if you ever feel that you know anybody who can benefit, do put it on your Facebook, your Twitter, text it to your friends. You know, that's anybody who think can benefit. Heartbreakingly, I've covered fires where not a single person. Sorry, talking over dispatch. Heartbreakingly, I've covered fires where not a single person involved with the fire even knew the channel existed, and then I go visit that region to interview people, and then they go, "Oh my God, I wish I knew about you." So let's listen to radio again. Let's do a time lapse.
Quit 90 pairs copies. 12 4.
Here go the little sprinklers.
So the AOS.
Be interesting to see if this works. See how the water can't reach the tops of trees. If it's a crown fire, they're screwed. Crown fire means water in the tops of trees, right? I mean, excuse me, a fire in the tops of the trees. I'm sorry, I'm sleep deprived and sick. Oh, thank you, Dova. You got a YouTube channel? What's it about? Pretty cool. I accidentally started a YouTube channel. I mean, I had no real intentions to make them about wildfire, but I wanted to help the community, and then it went viral in the Bay Area when somebody shared the fact that I was live with the glass fire, and I went from having 16 views to 1,600 people in chat. I went, oh my God. So the only real big fire that I had a big presence covering was the Bobcat Fire in 2020. Same region down here. That was a big one. Morris says, I got me some food. How about you? I've eaten lamb. Oh, a true crime. I definitely want to go to your channel then. Let me share. I love true crime. Let's find ya. Yeah, so I don't see your channel. I can give you mod powers for a second, just to...
In the alley behind the apartment, Paris Boulevard and Hillary Avenue, obviously Smith 5.
Sorry, I keep talking over dispatch. I keep forgetting I unmuted it for you guys. So some of that is completely unfire related, but there you go. So that's I love a mystery. I tune into. Yeah, no worries, though. Sure. Go ahead and post your link. You found lives and chats through the Chris Watts case. Oh yeah, that was serious. I like historical mysteries too. Briefcase, get it? Briefcase is a really good historical true crime channel that I really fell in love with. Oh, cool, thanks. Everybody sub to Dova channel.
Charlie, we're going to...
I'm a sub now.
Bits of information here. We're going to go down to that
Thank
cache
you.
at Fairview.
Oh.
Verify that it's going to allow me to
Fire chatter, finally. Tune that down, it's loud. On volume adjustment. stop talking. See what the position of this camera is. It's right here. Now, the fire tried to burn towards the northeast at Big Bear, which is a little bit weird considering a southeast wind was in play, but it goes to show you in the mountains it can really bounce off of terrain and change direction. San Bernardino is once again too dang soft to hear. I have that volume maxed. Now, if I turn the volume up in my headset, I'm just going to have my ears shattered by Riverside County. And I'm listening to both channels.
Took off from the scene. He's running east on Sun. We'll give him a minute before we clear.
That doesn't even sound fire related. Somebody took off running east from the scene. Sounds like that's police related. Okay. So, here's our multicam view of the bear. Big Bear.
Static male adult.
Here's multicam of the Fairview.
He's back now. He seems extremely agitated. We're unable to get him into the area. You can have PD stop.
Okay, there's almost nothing we're going to be hearing that's useful out of San Bernardino County. The volume's too low on that channel. I just can't deal with it. Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire West. This is the one that you keep here.
Last unit, Brush 75, request for AMR ETA.
Call center additional on the description. He's wearing black shorts and a gray shirt.
Alright, I'm just stopping it. I'm going to stop San Bernardino County because unless somebody ups the volume on that channel.
Affirmative, that'll be Brush 75 and also you can upgrade AMR.
Can't really hear a thing. Okay.
Brush 75, sir, copies, upgrading AMR code 3.
Yeah, no offense though. I did remove it because you just kind of walked in, but you know, if you wanted to volunteer or something and stuck around for a bit, I do like volunteer mods, especially night shift people. We have trouble filling the night shift. When the big fires happen, we'll have 28,000 people in chat. Sometimes it becomes chaotic. When Tahoe is threatened, that's what happened. And then you get the cam bots. Oh, there's porn girls. Click this link, and those spam, and it can be a rough time to kind of police that. So, yeah. Dova says, yeah, real crime is a good one. Oh, Mac G. Daffy. Sorry if I butchered your name. I'm gonna call you Mac G. 20th Century Crimes. Crime Reel is a good true crime channel. Cool. Yeah. You know, I thought about doing a little bit of that. I once had an interest in being a private investigator, but sickness has kind of struck me down, so I kind of had to have alternatives. I figured what I can do with my poor health is make videos, video production about things, rather than like having a job that demands deadlines and time and stuff. But I always had an interest in that. When I did like aptitude tests for careers, it said be an investigator, a mason, go figure, a surveyor,
Brush 75, sir.
or a fire inspector. So
Brush
apparently,
75, sir. AMR ETA, drive time from Plain Keith and Avenue to Winchester.
okay, those are just a Brush 75 checking in their location. So we need more good people covering these cases. Yeah, there's a couple in the Portland area that are long-standing cold cases that could be solved with DNA if somebody went and got brave and got some DNA samples. You can usually get those from trash cans and stuff. So let me see if I can There was a murder in Banks, which is west of Portland, which is unsolved, and they were kind of reaching out to the public. I thought I would look at that, but I'm sure that nobody has looked at that before. Cold cases. Let me see if I can get that up. And I've got my hands full of fire, that's for sure. City of Portland. It was just heartbreaking seeing some of these could be solved if the relatives of people were tracked down. And something simple like getting hair from a hairbrush. So like here's some of them. Here's Washington County. I don't see the one from Banks, so gosh, I hope that got solved. But that was one of the craziest mysteries. Here's a link. Some of these are just Native American missing women. It's not just a Canada problem. I've talked to some Native people recently, and it's a lot more widespread in the United States. People are saying than you would realize. So this is the Fairview. It's trying to what is it? 6:45 in the morning. It's making a smoke column pretty. Look back at Big Bear and their valiant defense with the sprinklers, snow ski runs basically, and the brilliant sun. So at 7 o'clock, I think everybody should go watch Zeke Linder. Hey, big dog. Alan T says I rode with Rural Crimes Sheriff Deputy for 2 years. She was my best friend, a highly skilled man. Cool. A lot of times the public can solve cold cases. A little bit of public involvement. I mean, there's the success story of that. It wasn't really a cold case, but geez, the Don't F with Cats movie. Oh my God, I haven't even seen it. I don't even know if I can take it. That was where the internet banded together to catch a psycho killer, a cat torturer, and he did graduate to killing people. The most unspeakable stuff. I grew up in Northern California. That's my connection. I visit pretty frequently. Hey, hugs, big dog. Hey, I am starting to feel better. Knock on wood. I was sleeping around the clock. I'm still not 100%. So, Dova says it's even better if a case is hardly covered. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times, it's sad, but law enforcement wasn't that particularly motivated to solve the crimes where either a person had a drug addiction, or they were transgender or something, or they were a prostitute. And this lets serial killers go on sprees. I mean, it was prostitutes mainly that the Green River Killer targeted. And sorry, radio.
65, cancel AMR, no medical.
Adjusting the volume there. But I mean, all that does is you shouldn't judge people, A. And why in the heck would you want a serial killer running around killing anybody? You think that prostitutes are going to be the only one? Come on. What is your job? Catch killers. And even if you don't value some people in society, quit your job if you're not going to do it. Keep your personal beliefs out of it. It's just a damn shame. Yeah, Dova, I'm starting to understand that there's almost no coverage for when natives go missing.
Yes, an 88 medicated Paul Bravo response. Christensen Apartments, 81901 Shadow Palm Avenue, Apartment 72. Obviously commencing.
Muted that too late there. That's more just random dispatch stuff. So the Green River Killer racked up his record body count because partially ambivalence. Nobody cared about the victims, not the officials. The families did, but so this is Bunker Hill. This is Mosquito Fire camp. I do believe, though, on a random different note, that oh wow, High Plateau camp. How beautiful this is. This is unrelated. Yeah, this is the county. This is unrelated to fires, but we need a break from them sometimes. Let's just watch an amazing sunrise. Time lapse on the High Plateau camp by the Sutter Buttes. Wildfires do make for amazing sunrises and sunsets. Yeah. Big Dog says it's 116 in Sacramento, hottest day ever. I don't know. I thought it was 117 though in my childhood, but then again, it could just be maybe it wasn't Sacramento proper. But look at that golden sunrise. Back to fires. Sometimes when I'm off duty, so to speak, I just look at these camps. Look at nice sunrises and sunsets. The Bay Area winter. Excuse me, extremely good. We should look at that for a second. Let's check Bay Area camp. South and East Bay. Got some good sunrises. The way that the fog rolls in. Just dreamlike. Wow, look at that. Now, there's unfortunately a bunch of pixelation, which is privacy BS. Come on, it's a beach. There is no expectation of privacy at the beach. That's, beaches are public. It's by definition. Yeah, per KCRA News, yeah, NOAA weather as well. That's absolutely nuts. But the, I don't know. I don't think psychopaths are. It kind of something else. What makes us human? I mean, this is a philosophy question. Obviously, they're the species, but a philosophy question. What makes us human is our ability to care about each other. We are a social species, and the definition of being a psychopath is antisocial. It doesn't mean that you don't like people. Like, oh, I'm antisocial. Antisocial means against people. Like you're ready to kill them and eat them, and not give a damn. Like, as in harmful society. Our species survives due to cooperation, so there's I mean, it could just be a brain damaged person. Find more about it, but what causes stuff like that. But we should never confuse humans with the sick. Don't confuse. It's a big mistake, and it leads to anti-human hate, and that's what I want to correct people on. Don't judge dogs by what rabid dogs do. Psychopaths are sick. Sociopaths are sick. The narcissists are sick. Their brains do not function like yours and mine. People with prefrontal lobe damage are sick. They become impulsive, paging killers because they're sick. You never judge dogs based on what a rabid dog is acting like, and the vast majority of the evil in the world is done by very few people that just repeat evil behavior their entire lives. Most crimes are committed by serial crime people because they do not have functional empathy. They do not care about other human beings. Sometimes even if they tried to, they can't. That's what being a psychopath is. They actually can't care about another human being if they put an effort into it. So, alright, sunset time over. back to the fire coverage. So, and these sorts of things, these personality disorders can't be cured. So, letting them back out after good behavior is just a mistake and stupid. That's what our society does. Our religious teachings teach that everybody has a conscience and everybody could follow their heart and everybody has a heart to be moved, but it's not true. Psychopaths, narcissists, sociopaths do not have a heart. It cannot be moved, and they just think you're a sucker. They cannot change, and they do not change. Letting them out on the landscape and running wild, just how society gets hurt. And they tend to rise to the top in corporate environments, which is even the scarier thing. So if you wonder why corporations, big executives and CEOs could do things such as manufacture counterfeit baby formula and kill babies in China, or what PG&E does, burn people to death, their faulty equipment and their policies, and repeat that year after year, and frankly not really give a damn. That sort of gets explained, that perhaps psychopaths have infiltrated the corporate environment and rose to the top, that they're the ones making the decisions. Where the average worker wouldn't behave that way, but they don't have the power. I love humans. I love humanity. And I'll never stop. I'll never stop caring. That's why I do my job. I'm the opposite of a psychopath. I'm a super empath. Super empathetic, meaning I care about everybody for no particular reason. But the polar opposites of psychopaths exist, and I'm one of them. So most everybody else, though, is just normal. Big Dog says not sure that they can release that info because she's under 18. Who knows? I'm sure it out. Uh-oh. I think I missed it in chat. Kylie Rodney from Truckee was just recovered in her vehicle in the lake last week. About that. Was that foul play? Yeah. It was so nice meeting you. Oh, you gotta go. Okay. Well, see you, Nova. We do come back. Have a good day, everybody. It's almost Zeeklunder time, which will be 7 a.m. So, yeah, I don't know if that was foul play or not. But yeah, the only thing I would say about that is sick humans in our world, sick things. The rest of us would never do anything remotely like what a psycho's capable. I do believe that the old-fashioned tales of werewolves, vampires and stuff was an explanation for people's repeatedly savage behavior. There were always serial killers. There was not awareness of them until about Jack the Ripper time. But the old explanation was, since humans couldn't possibly do this, it must have been a beast. It must have been a monster. Alan T says, picture of my ride, the Marsh Lightning Fire. Whoa. Okay, let me show that. Share that with the community here. Alan T's cool. It's a bigger version. So what is in the back of these trucks? What's on the inside of them? What kind of gear do you have? Yeah, do come back and see us. Well, if there's a manhunt or something for a victim, then definitely they will release a lot of info. But if completely accident, I mean, eventually there will be a coroner's report. The channel's dark enough already. I should probably not linger on that subject. But I'm trying to keep it supportive and balance it out. Some funny moments and some lighthearted stuff. Some nice sunsets and stuff. Big Dog says the Devil Creek Fire in eastern Oregon. Hell's Canyon is now over 59,000 acres. Dang. There's a finger of fire headed right towards the town of Imnaha. Oh, man. That's what I was going to start covering was Oregon, but I asked if anybody was from Oregon earlier, and no. I figured that when the time came in the morning, we'd cover that. But here's the thing. I want to watch the Zeke Lunder's stream starting at 7 in the morning. And I could use a break for my voice for at least an hour, and I want to eat my breakfast. So I think I'm going to wrap it up right now and then go back live after he's done. What should we say, 8 o'clock? Maybe we'll have a couple things to talk about at that point. But I've been awake quite a long time, and I've been speaking nonstop for about 5 hours and 40 minutes. My voice is still not 100%. And I'm not 100%. I've still got that killer flu. So, oh, Jan, Johanna Smith, hey, welcome back. A year later, and I'm back in El Dorado County. It's 110 freaking degrees. I know. I'm sorry. I wish I could bring you Oregon coolness right now. It's 69 degrees. But I can't. Let's take one last look at the cams. Here's the Mosquito. Got lots of smoke. Really just filling up the area now. It burned actively through the night, but slow rate of spread. I can't really say much about the Radford, the Big Bear Fire and Fairview Fire down at Hemet, but they seem to have been very active through the night with a slow rate of spread as well. Probably due to the retardant, and the hard work of the firefighters. Here's the weed area. Still having its own mountain fire. But there's not much to say about it because there wasn't a nighttime update, of course. Okay, everybody, let's go to Zeke Lunder's channel. That's where I think you should go. I need to take a break. Actually eat. Here is his channel. So when he goes live, you'll be able to see it. I learned a ton from him. I plug in every chance I get. He was super instrumental in keeping people informed in the Dixie Fire and explaining stuff. So I am going to end the stream right now. Come back about 8 o'clock. I really don't know how much more energy I've got. Being sick, if I feel like I need to sleep, I probably should just go crawl in bed and do that. But we'll see. I'll at least go live to check back in with y'all and read some hopefully updated info on the Oregon fires. Okay, sorry, radio was just interrupting when I was my sign off here. And I thought that might be fire related, but it's actually just, it was a structure fire. A commercial fire alarm with nothing. Okay. So, I'm going to end this right here. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much. People who have donated, you're keeping us on the air. And thank you for being here and for sharing the stream. That's how most people find us. And we'll be back at 8. Hit the subscribe button, guys. I'll show you how to be notified of whenever I go live. So what you do is you go to YouTube and you should click on one of my old videos or something. Oh, Zeke is live. Okay. So what you do is you hit the subscribe button and the ringing bell. Okay. Oh, who's that chick? So everybody, I'll see you at Zeke's channel. Say hi and hit the like button on his stuff. Hit the like button on my video on the way out if you would do the honor. Hey, Rebecca. So yeah, we're going to Zeke right now. And the ringing bell will hopefully give you a notification whenever we go live. If you don't want to know whenever I go live, just hit the normal bell for subscribing. Thank you all, and we'll see you in an hour.